internet so that you don't have to. I've been eating them hot ass chips. You ever ate some hot Doritos and just be burning your mouth? Woo! Anyway, it's hot what we got to talk about tonight too. And I'm gonna come on. We coming in real hot. We want to make sure we go over this video, these interviews with a fine-tooth comb. But I want to introduce y'all just to an idea real quick. Just an idea real quick about all of this information that's circling around. I want you to check this out.
Can misinformation lead to real information? Okay, stay with me for a moment. Have you ever noticed that sometimes the first story changes, not because the facts change, but because people started talking? Sometimes a statement comes out, and before long, people rush to respond. They correct it, they add details, they explain what really happened, and suddenly information that wasn't public before starts finding its way into the conversation. That doesn't mean that every public statement is part of a strategy. You know, every case is different, but it is a reminder that what comes out first isn't always the complete picture. And that's one reason I'm being very careful not to rush to conclusions in the Nolan Wells case, right? Because there's still questions and the investigation is still unfolding. This is what your mama should have taught you. See, patient often reveals what first impressions hide. Wisdom doesn't race to be first, right? Wisdom waits long enough to see the whole picture. Let's hear what the table has to say. Have you ever changed your mind about a situation after more facts came to light? Let me know in the comment section. Up a chair.
That's a good point. I just wanted to make sure I threw that out there real quick. But you know what I find real funny? They even go into the length of trying to get this lady, Nolan's mom, fired from her job now, like leaving her bad reviews. Check this out.
So because Nolan's mom has decided that she wants to find out exactly what happened to her son, you guys feel the need to go and try to F up her job. And I just want to know, what is so wrong about what she's doing? And why do y'all think that's okay? Y'all are the main ones hollering about, oh, you guys want to make it such a racist issue. How could you do that? But yet you guys are going to her job website and putting nasty comments to try to F her junk up, all because she wants to know what happened to her son. You know what I noticed? You guys are a bunch of hypocrites. Because y'all get on here wanting to preach love and Christianity and Jesus and kindness. And out that same breath, you get out here and you call us out of our names. And you get upset because we don't agree with you guys. Because we know you're lying. Let's see, we got BBD or whatever the hell your name is. I'm pretty sure this is a fake account that you made to go over here and say that you would not recommend her. Why? Why wouldn't you recommend her as a nurse practitioner? Why? Why? Because her son passed away and she wanted to know what happened? That's why? And then someone else says, I wouldn't trust her to care for anyone. I don't hate anyone that much to recommend her. Her oath is do no harm. You know what? Y'all can go to hell. And then Tammy McQueen, I'm pretty sure this is a fake account too, because y'all can't never, say it with your chest. Y'all always got to make fake accounts to say something obscene. She gonna put, unfortunately, I'm looking for another medical provider. I don't feel Christine has my best interest at heart. I should be treated the same as her patients that share her skin color. And what skin color is that? Because she's not all the way black. Right. See how dumb y'all sound? You trying to make a point, but you're not making a point. All I know is you guys are the most evil, nasty, vile, conniving, lying, sneaky. You've been like that since the beginning.
All she was missing was devils. All she was missing was devils. She was just right there on the tip of saying what these folks is, but she was right there. All she was missing was devils. Well, let her cook out though.
Since the beginning of time, before Jesus was even born, y'all been like that. Come over here, you make a mess, and then you put it back on us as though it was our mess that we made, knowing the whole time it was your mess that you made. All I know is I ain't gonna stop talking about Nolan. I am not. Oh. Warren is lying. He's a liar. He's lying. And I hope and pray they lock his ass up.
Who's she talking about? Warren Hudson. I want y'all to put them faces with them names now. That's your boy Warren Hudson, who was clearly looked like he was on that stuff during that interview. But I want to break down that Tristan interview real quick.
At this point, let's just wrap this up because y'all are playing games. Y'all are disrespecting this young man's life.
People are just running with a lie. And it's so easy for people to believe it from the outside, looking into Mississippi's history, per se. But it's like, you're looking at history. Let's go to each state's history. I bet they're not the best with black people. Like, people change. You learn history so you don't repeat it.
History? In Mississippi? We're not even going to get into the current data that exists in Mississippi that would demonstrate otherwise. Let's just talk about the fact that you were tokenized. Let's talk about the fact that they put you in front of cameras to prove that Nolan Wells was not the only black boy on the island, because there was also you. Let's talk about the fact that they put you in front of cameras before any of the 4 white boys who were actually present and could speak to what happened to Nolan.
Right.
Instead, they chose you, the black friend. History.
The people that showed up for me my whole life has been my white side of my family. So for y'all to sit there and drag their name and to drag me down, and I'm supposed to be one of y'all, and you're supposed to have my back, and we're supposed to be in this together, and it's really eye-opening.
And there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Hey, didn't I say that when we played that earlier? I said that. I said, there it is. I said the exact same thing. Cuz it's cooking.
And there it is. There it is. Your white side of the family is your hero. Thus, you would never stand for anyone or anything black. Right. We already knew you were compromised when they put us in front of you. We knew that. But now we can say for certain, I don't know how, but this is evidence. This is evidence
straight up
that there was some funny business going on. Because at this point, this is unserious. Thank you for letting us know.
Yeah, straight up. And when we on the subject of history, let's talk about Mississippi from then to Mississippi from now, because it ain't no coinky dink.
You might be very familiar with the history and lore of Mississippi. And that history and lore has never been more pertinent than it is right now in 2026 with the death of Nolan Wells. I'm going to be playing 2 different video clips for you. And one is going to be from the famous movie Mississippi Burning. And another one is going to be from a woman who is from Mississippi, talking about the history and the dichotomy of the state. And I want you to watch both of them. And I want you to take into consideration, even though the clip from the movie Mississippi Burning is a clip from a movie, it is based on what has actually historically occurred in Mississippi and was an absolutely fabulous movie.
Hold on. Now, let me do a quick Google real quick search on Mississippi Burning to see if it ain't a Sony picture. Cause Sony, they don't let you do nothing. They don't let you do no fair use or nothing. They want to take your whole stream and shut it all down. Let me see, who's the movie studio? Or yeah, I guess that'd be the studio. Who is that? I don't know. I don't know about that one, Peepees. Pete. What's up, Pep? I don't know about that one, y'all. Matter of fact, let me ask the people that's on the big screen, because guess what? If you're an OG member, you should be on the landscape. Is the chat real big on the landscape? Is it easy to read on the landscape? Somebody needs to tell me. Pepper, I know you on the landscape. Is it real? Is the chat big enough to read over there on the side? I need to do a little quick maintenance, y'all. Hold on real quick. Little maintenance call. Little maintenance on the maintenance side of the game. Real quick. What you say? Yeah. So I was just trying to make sure that the chat was over there big enough for everybody to see so that you can interact with all the chats together. Because if you're on one specific channel, then you only get to see the chats for that channel unless you look at the screen, and the screen got all the chats all mixed together. Whatever, somebody let me know. Oh, that's good. Can you can see it? You can see them? Okay. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that they were good and they could stand out, and that they could be read, especially like when y'all send gifts or do super chats. I want it up on the thing like that. All right. Cool. I appreciate you, babe. So my man has some questions. I think he's kind of like only saying what we're all saying, but hear him out.
All of these people at the island and an altercation or the aftermath of it possibly involving Nolan or the group he was with at 401. Now, Tracestin Shepard, who claims to be one of Nolan's best friends, said that he was the one involved in the fight in the video. But it's definitely more to it than what he's saying, because how did none of these people see Nolan leave or even alive past 3 o'clock? Because the way the story is being reported is almost as if everybody left this island on the 4th of July before 4:30. Nobody wanted to stay and drink and watch the sunset from the island or nothing. Katie just left Nolan on the island there by herself. That's why I think, man, something happened to Nolan on that island. It was just so bad. People scared to speak on it and everybody trying to cover it up. And that the heat has mostly been on Warren for making the calls and being the stepson of a judge. But I think that people need to be looking into Wyatt more, even though I personally feel like everybody that's keeping quiet is guilty. There's way more unanswered questions than I spoke on, but I guess we'll see if any of them get answered if they ever get around to releasing the autopsy details. As far as I'm concerned, July 4th is now Nolan Wells Day. Rest in peace.
That's what's up. I give you that. I'll straight give you that. That's real. I mean, you definitely ain't gonna be able to think about July 4th without thinking about Nolan Wells. I'll tell you that. Now, for those that was asking about the audio, I did find one that had the front audio taken back, and then it just got the back audio, right? And it got the subtitles. So this is if you on the bigger screen, you definitely could probably read the subtitles. If not, you better get over there.
Breakdown helps.
Can you cover it up? Yes, I thought all about it. About that. Oh, you killed him. He's already dead. Is he dead? Nolan! Hey. Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
I hope this breakdown helps.
Hey.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and Our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership.
Am I?
Hey, we're at the.
What I do know that there is chicks and dudes on that boat. Who is the chicks? Who is the chicks? Because I'm hearing girls like, oh my God, is he dead? He's dead already. Whoop-dee-scoo-doo-doo. I'm just saying. Now, I got a longer version of the call like afterwards, because they say that he called like the captain, the person who owned the boat, right? So I got the little extended version of the call on the boat. Hold on real quick. Ooh, you know what else came out too? Warren's call log came out. I don't know if y'all seen that. Remember when he was talking about when he called his mom and all that? And when he called, what's up, Nightfall? How you feeling, babe? You said it was all about that girl? It's all about the girl? I can't say that. I can't say you wrong. I think Katie was the bait to begin with. And for y'all that don't know what Katie looked like, you know, I got a habit of putting the faces with the name. This is Katie in all her forms, because
you're some damn devils.
They some damn devils. So that's Katie right there, y'all. Just so y'all know who we talking about. You understand? I just want to make sure I put that visual out there. But did y'all know Warren? Hold on, let me show you. Warren is this dude that was sitting there high on the interview. You know what I mean? Warren is also this dude with the long neck. This is Warren. Right? Warren done put out his text messages to try to prove something. But check this out.
So this is the call log from the supposed best friend of Nolan, Warren, right? Now, I want y'all to tell me if I'm tripping, because something with this don't feel right to me, right? So you call her at 11:07, you let the phone ring, she picks it up, and I guess the call drop. Okay, cool, we'll say the call drop. You call back at 11:07. Then y'all talk for 5 minutes, right? And you're trying to find out where Nolan is. Has she heard from Nolan? You immediately get off the phone with her and you call the Coast Guard. This is you calling the Coast Guard, right? My thing is this. Why do you have her name saved like that? I could just be tripping, but I've never had none of my friends' mom's number that I wasn't close with, and I never saved it first and last name, ever. To be honest, I don't think nobody do. Motherfucker gonna have such and such's mom in there or something. It ain't just gonna be her first and last name. So maybe I'm reaching though, but y'all tell me how y'all feel. But now watch this right here.
That night, about 12:30, I went back to my buddy's house.
And you saying the night of the 4th?
The night of the 4th, but it was about 12:30, I would like to say. And So I went back to my buddy's house that I stayed the night before, where we all met up, and stayed together the night before.
You called his mom at 11:07. Called the Coast Guard at 11:13. And made it back, though, to your buddy crib at 12:30. Where the fuck was you at and what was you doing during that time?
We were trying to calm him down, and he was just like, "Oh, where y'all at?" My buddy said, we're at my buddy's house, and he said, "All right," and then he just hung up. And
it's the scratch behind the head for me. Y'all all know what the scratch behind the head is.
My buddy's house, and he said, "All right," and then he just hung up. And so about 30 minutes later, I'd like to say, all of a sudden the door just got open and slammed, and there was a girl who walked in, and probably about 8 or 9 guys behind her, and then another mom, which was Javon's mom.
Now, when you called his mama looking for him, why wouldn't you let her know that you had his phone? Why wouldn't you have told her, we can't find Nolan, he left his phone on the boat, woo, woo, woo. We are here, you should come and pick it up. His keys was also at that same house. That's the house that you see. And y'all don't want us to think y'all had nothing to do with this. So this is the call log.
Hold on real quick. I was finna give you a shout out, Chris, from being from Australia and all of that. But then you're going to try to talk about to you ghetto folk. Who are you referring to, Chris? We don't know what a prime minister is of a commonwealth, of the British crown. What the hell are you talking about, Chris? The hell? You better get you some business. I don't care because you calling from Australia, fool. Better try to learn something down under, nigga. Anyway, I got to bring y'all some knowledge. Did y'all know the helpline that was going around for tips was Ashley Cole's cell phone number? Did you know that? Check this out.
What's up, family? We got reports that the tip line for Nolan Wells is the same as Ashley Cole's phone number. Ashley Cole is the judge in the case. Well, yeah, the stepmother of Warren Hudson. Who is Warren Hudson? Nolan Wells is supposed to be best friend, right? Yeah. Y'all believe it? Well, let's
just for reference, this is the Warren Hudson that he's referring to. I just want to make sure y'all keep these images in your brain piece. That's the Warren Hudson he's referring to.
Let's test it out, fam. Let's see. This is the number. This is the number that is listed for her. And let's just see what happens. Boom.
Hi, you've reached the office of Judge Ashley Cole. Please leave your name, number, the case number, and a brief message at the sound of the beep, and we'll call you back as soon as we get a chance. Thank you. You cannot record a message for Margot Mills. This mailbox is full. Hello, Cisco Unity Connection Messaging System. From a touch-tone telephone, you may dial an extension at any time. For a directory of...
Now, who is he talking about? Who is Ashley Cole, you might ask? That's Warren's mother. This devil right here. Oh, yeah. They all in on it. They all in on it, y'all. Everybody. Oh yeah. That's Ashley Cole. Just so you know. She's a devil for sure. Now, they are devils. And you are indeed correct there, sir. Now listen, your boy, what's his name? The funny little tether dude. I'll be forgetting his little name. The funny little tether dude. He all hyped up. This is something I missed, but he said this is the confession right here. He's hyped. But I do like this though, because he hit on the same points I did in the video. I mean, that means ain't nobody stupid. We all knew what we was talking about.
Decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling
correct
for Nolan to get on it. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's
Katie confirmed, yo, I heard them telling Nolan, hey, bro, we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. They say Nolan never came with us. Katie's saying, I heard them screaming, he gotta go. And Nolan told me he was leaving with them.
texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him. He's really sweet. But she also mentioned,
I know y'all heard that little sniff though. Trying to get that little drainage. That little throatage, that little drainage. I know y'all heard that.
But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there.
Then that means he went with you. Oh my God. Yo, this is it. This is it. This is the confession. It's either Katie got something to do with this or y'all got something to do with this. This is the confession. If y'all said Nolan did not come with y'all left without Nolan, and the Katie girl says, yo, he was with me, but the last time I seen him was when y'all was calling for him, and he left me to go with y'all. Isn't this the confession?
Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
On the boat. He had to make him get on the boat. It's the boat. The boat. That was one of the most, that's one of the craziest interviews ever. But shout out to Win. He made sure I shout out to my members. First off, we got a couple new ones. Prima Donna, As We Slay, Cayenne, Gino, 601, Yonnington, Win, Money Mike. Shout out to the members. I appreciate y'all on the lookout side of the game. You know what I'm talking about? Just so y'all know. Listen to this, man. Listen to this. Shout out to Sam. Secret Service, that is.
Sam with a Nolan Xavier Wells update, and this new recording is even crazier than the last, because why do they refuse the Coast Guard? And they talk about Jerry saying that they don't need the tow. Now, Jerry Ackerson is Wyatt Pyron's grandfather. Listen to this.
A lot of people on board. He says he thinks about 7. I'm guessing they're all under 18. And I'm not trying to be rude. He wants you guys to go out there and unpump the boat and then tow it in.
Do you know what kind of boat it is?
He said a Triton 24 footer, but that's all he can give me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat. And he said that Jerry, yeah. He said,
okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, he'll call me back. So I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. So they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic. He's saying the bilge is not keeping up. I asked for Coast Guard. He said no, but he's just really upset on the...
So just to clarify, this is Captain Seth Ward from the Sea Tow Company, and he is telling them that they didn't need a tow anymore, and that Jerry Ackerson, the grandfather, said they don't need it. She's saying they didn't need the Coast Guard. If I'm the grandfather and I own that boat, wouldn't I want to just do a welfare check and make sure my grandson is okay? Now, for those who might be confused who Jerry is, he is Wyatt and Ike Pyron's grandfather. So I kind of think they need to be arresting Jerry, the grandfather, for letting all of this go on. Why would they refuse the service? Why would they review any dogs to come on? This is highly suspicious. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Secret Service Sam out Samson for president.
For sure. Sam busted down. I gotta give it to him. He been staying up on it. You know what I'm saying? And guess what y'all is? Let's see who on shift tonight, right? I seen a couple people on shift tonight. Who do I see on shift tonight? You alerted me to a couple of them. Pep. Okay. Send the 96. He on shift tonight. I see who else we got on shift. We know we got them little workers in the chat, y'all. And you know they gotta comment and they gotta engage with people so they higher ups know that they over there. You said that, well, we already heard the whole entire C call. You just now coming in. You didn't hear that. Yeah, we've been there and done that there. Yes. Yeah, we already been there. Oh shit, I don't ran into myself. I was scrolling and ran into my damn. That's dope. Anyway, moving on. My man say, and you know how we do, right? My mommy say, did you see this? Did you see this part? Now look how she busts down exactly what we was all talking about this same interview.
Tokenize this boy, and he's lying. If you watch the interview and you think he's lying, leave me a comment. I'd love to hear what you all think. Everything about this boy's posture gives I'm telling lies. Yep. There's one specific thing that he did during this interview that it had me stuck.
But Nolan was my best friend. That was a guy I knew I could call at any point in time. He called me at 11 o'clock on the 4th to see where I was parked at. Man, where I was parked at. Man.
Did you hear that gulp that he did after he said that? And specifically at exactly 11 o'clock. That is training. The arms being crossed the entire interview says it all. He's uncomfortable. His mama didn't know you, boy. Calling his mother a liar? Why would she lie about Nolan being your best friend? As a mother, I wouldn't do that. They've tokenized this boy, and he's lying. If you watch the interview and you think...
Tokenize. They got him. They got him. Listen, there's definitely some parallels between this case and cases of old. And he illustrates that very nicely.
I want everybody to think about this, right? Just a little history, right? We seen in the case with Emmett Till, the measures they went, the people that was involved. We seen that they actually did bring a trial, but we seen the outcome of that trial with that case, right? But what if today we don't see a trial at all, and we just see how stronger these people really got? You understand how much of the measures we see it, the measures they taken to cover this story up. Just what if it's no trial at all? In this case, we see that it could be that situation, right? Just wake up and think about this thing, right? Like how and why they learned from that time the measures to take in case it was more situations in which we see today. They got better at what they was doing. How? When is this gonna stop? So I want everybody to think about this, right? Just a little history.
Now, what I think what he's trying to say is what I've been saying. Is that we talking about the same people who participated in lynchings. We're talking about the same people who have developed a thirst for that type of thing. What up? What up, Becca? We talking about people who developed this thirst. And just because, lynching is outlawed or gone out of or not publicly accepted, that don't mean that they stop happening. That don't mean that they stop happening. Zane, thanks for the jewels. That don't mean that these things stop happening. They just got a little bit more sophisticated. The game is a little longer. Say, I don't know, get up with the star football player and don't really get up with his mom or nothing like that. Make him think that he in the group and this, that, and the third, and getting, like I say all the time, the movie Get Out was a documentary, not a movie. And you can argue with who you want to. The movie Get Out was a documentary and not a movie. Because if you remember, who did she target? Who did the white girl target? You new to the channel? Well, hit that like and subscribe. Yeah, that's what you do. Welcome. That's what's up. But yeah, man. She targeted they targeted special Negroes. They didn't target, maybe some of our knuckleheads or somebody who out here doing wrong. They want the star football player that didn't see color. That if Nolan was alive, he'd be fighting out the grave, right? He'd be digging out the grave right now. And you think I'm crazy for saying that, but that's exactly what Cuz said. He said if Nolan was alive right now, he'd be digging out the grave right now. He said if Nolan was around right now, he'd be pissed that Al Sharpton and your boy is doing the thing. This is what his friend said. It's the weirdest thing. Y'all, man, if y'all didn't see the video, y'all got to go back to the last video I did earlier today because it's a doozy. I ain't even going to lie to you. I've never heard anything like it. This boy said he give death gifts and everything. You watched it? That's what's up, Beck. Love. Yeah, this boy said he gave the family death gifts and he wasn't talking about no flowers. We had a whole debate because I was like, what's death gifts? And people brought to my attention that it could be flowers, it could be food, It could be a letter. Hell, it could even be alcohol, right? But he didn't say none of that. He said death gifts. Yeah, the Jezebel want that king. But the worst thing is they was all mad about it. Oh man, they was they little timbers was shivered over this. They little timbers was shivered out. They wasn't trying to have none of that. None of it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? But my man, listen. You think we, the people who watch them interviews, you think we crazy? Why this dude don't know us and he's saying the exact same thing we were saying?
I really think it's funny how Ashley Cole, the judge and stepmom of Warren Hudson, said that she has decided that they will not be speaking to the press at this time. The media is not appropriate. It's not an appropriate forum to further elaborate on the facts of July 4th. Which is out on Officer Tatum's post for her son and Tracestin and all the other boys. And then she lets her son go on Officer Tatum's podcast and make a complete fool out of himself, contradict himself many times, and honestly look like a straight up addict. I mean, you can play a drinking game with how much this guy snorts and sniffles and be drunk as a skunk by fucking 1 o'clock.
Now, I don't know. Did he watch the Keep It P podcast when he said do a drinking game? Because I said do a drinking game on every time this dude say buddy. One of my buddies, boy, if you would have sipped every time he said buddy, boy, you'd have alcohol poisoning. But you never know who watching the Keep It P podcast. So go ahead, brother. But I did say that, though. Yesterday, though. A couple days ago. I did say that a couple days ago, though.
And then Tracestin comes back and tells us about the altercation he was in and lets us know it wasn't even about a phone. It was about how he was arguing with his girl. So what happened with the phone argument, right? And it seems like his only point was to dispel the argument about the fight being involving Nolan and trying to call Christine Wansley a liar. And it's like, what is the point of trying to call her a liar? Like,
are we all coming up with the same thing? This dude on there trying to, oh no, if she said I wasn't his friend, she's probably right. She's probably right. But I was his friend. And if you say you don't know that I was his friend, then you don't know about the Gulf Coast. You don't know. You don't know about the Gulf Coast. Fanatical in that way. That boy said buddy about 11 times. Oh, you know what? Guess what, y'all? I got a treat for y'all today because I'm seeing that the people on the shift, so we got Natural Born American. We got, who else did I see that was on here? We got a couple people working tonight. And you know me. You know I'm petty. You know I got, you know what? I got something to address that. I got something for that. That's right. I got something for that. I want y'all to understand something. When we talk about these folks, they got a vested interest in misunderstanding us. Take it away, babe.
White people aren't just adamant about misunderstanding. White people are adamant about wholly not accepting our truth. We say we're getting targeted when we get pulled over. Nah. We say that when the police pull us over, it's more likely that we get roughed up or may not even make it to the jailhouse. Nah. We have written books, articles, written songs about the Black lived experience in America. And they just flat out don't believe it. I came across this video the other day where I remembered Oprah had a whole episode about a white man who took pills to look Black so that he could experience being Black himself. And everybody in the comments and even on the show is praising him for doing this good deed so that he can run and tell other white people what it's really like to be Black. First of all, sir, you have no clue what it's like to be Black because by definition, you can't reverse that shit. But second of all, The premise is based on the fact that you already don't believe niggas because you want to be white to communicate to other white people what it's like to be black. So what he was acknowledging unintentionally is that white people have leverage with other white people, that white people have credibility with other white people. And juxtaposed to that, black people have no credibility with white folk.
But listen though, hold up. I got some more education for y'all. This is they tactics though. Now we finna get deep. We finna do a deep dive. It's called racial gaslighting. Go ahead, mom, bust it down. There's an acronym.
Y'all finna learn today.
Yeah.
Have you guys noticed there has been a shift in the Nolan Wells case? Ever since Al Sharpton offered that $150K for more information, there have been so many things coming out. Yesterday, there was some audio that came out.
Oh, hold on. My bad. I thought I had the wrong video labeled up. Hold on. I got the teachings. You just wait. We gonna come back to sis cause she cooking on a different point that I wasn't trying to make just yet. But y'all hold on now. Hold your horses now. Cause I want to learn you something today. I'm taking you to class. Oh no, did I not save it? Hold on, I'm finna find this. Hold on. Hold on real quick. Cause I gotta teach him something. We gonna save the secret weapon real quick. We gonna say that. I don't want to bring that out just yet. Just yet. Hold on. Damn, did I not? I done messed up, y'all. I thought I had the joint. I thought I had the joint on lock for you. I done ruined it. I had some education for you. Hold on. Hold on now. Give me a few seconds now. Actually, I did. I actually got a couple videos though. Actually, I grabbed a couple. I'll let him talk to you real quick while I find it.
Let me talk to all the white people who get upset and get in my comments when I talk about the injustices black people have faced here in America and continue to face here in this present day of time. I'm not here to make commentary to make you feel good. If it makes you uncomfortable, that's not my problem. That's your problem.
Yep.
If you know it's the truth, that means you should try to do better and be better. You should try to make sure you raise your children not to be like how your ancestors were.
What?
Before it's me talking and telling the truth, I'm not going to stop telling the truth because it makes you feel uncomfortable. The truth is supposed to make you feel uncomfortable to the point where you decide that you want to do better and be better. Let me talk to all the white people who get upset and get in my comments.
Hold on, I got a couple of them to talk to him. I got a couple to talk to him. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't do this for y'all. I do this for my people. Y'all just happen to be guests that I haven't blocked yet. I'll make you go make a new account just to get back over here. Keep playing with me. My Maz is just waiting for me to call somebody's name out. They've been itching to block the shit out somebody. My Maz been itching. You better calm down. Is what I'm telling you. Sit back and learn something now. And stop getting all outside your body. Now I'm gonna let sis cook real quick while I find that video.
Y'all finna learn today. Have you guys noticed there has been a shift in the Nolan Wells case. Ever since Al Sharpton offered that 150K for more information, there have been so many things coming out. Yesterday, there was some audio that came out. There was a picture that came out as well with Nolan's leg, allegedly, hanging outside of the boat. And ever since this new evidence have come out, all I see is these white people doing what white people do. It's called racial gaslighting. And that is exactly what they are doing to us. They're trying to pull the rule over our eyes. So it's called DARVO, D-A-R-V-O.
Come on.
I'm going to take y'all to school. DARVO stands for Deny, Attack, Reverse Victim and Offender.
Now, I want y'all to know this, because this is their full tactics. You will understand what you are dealing with in the chat. Listen.
School. DARVO stands for Deny, Attack, Reverse Victim and Offender.
So the first thing they do is deny what we say. You guys are, you guys are, that didn't happen. Just wait for the paperwork to come out. You guys are quick to jump to assumptions. Then the attacks. You guys are racist. You guys are hateful. You're spreading division. You're spreading division. You're hateful. And then it's the reverse one. Y'all know what the reverse one is? The fatigue is real. Oh my, we're just so affected by what you black people do. You're hurting us. You're hurting us, white people. Your crime and your blackness. You're just black. While instituting their own offenses with the 1350, you guys are chipping out. Watermelon fella. So they'll continue to go through this same cycle over in the chat, y'all. And one thing we can do is just ignore them. Because just know that they working right now. They gotta keep being seen in the chat so they overseer dudes know that they working. They're signed to the Black Podcast. They're here to disrupt. They're here to sow seeds of doubt and chaos. Think about how many times y'all see somebody say, "This guy's an idiot, I'm out of here." And then you see him post again. I don't say nothing. But I be seeing people like, "This guy's an idiot, I'm out of here." And then post something else stupid. So we know that y'all over there working. You know you've been assigned to your Black Podcast. Now watch this, y'all. See what time it is right now? It's 10 o'clock. I bet you after 12 o'clock, you ain't gonna see certain names no more. It's gonna be a new wave. It's gonna be a new wave of busters to come through. That's working the scene. We on to you. I'm on to you at least. This is the kind of stuff because notice y'all won't see none of the busters from earlier today. It's nighttime. I was about to say big text. There you go. It's big text time to work. I knew you would. I didn't see him earlier. Did y'all see big text? It's big text come at night. What's up, fam? You love it over here, don't you? You know what, y'all? I think it's time. Is it time, y'all? Just put a one in the chat if it's time. Y'all, everybody that's from here, know if it's time. If it's time, just let me know. It seems like it's time. We can go ahead and get them out. We can go ahead and get them together right now. Is it time? I got one. Pep says time. Is it time, y'all? I got a one. Forsaken say it's time. Is it time? It's time. So for all of y'all that's new here, we get the haters out the chat. This is your time to rep where you at. Let's go. right, where we at? Hartford, Connecticut, tap in first. DDS. Who we got in here? Uh-oh, we got Los Angeles tapping in. We got Chicago up in here. We got New York 914. We got Memphis 10. We got Philly. We got New York. We got the DMV. We got Jersey. We got Raleigh, North Carolina. We got Fresno. We got Newark, Delaware. We got North Dakota, FBA, baby. H-Town, down 59 South, you heard me? Mesa, Arizona, Indiana, Louisiana, 904. We got Las Vegas in here. We got the Bay Area in here. Iraq in this thing. Alabama touching down. Birmingham to be exact. Hargrave. Oakland. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Jacksonville, Florida. America's GA. The deep South, DC. Detroit, Michigan, what up, though? The Mount in North Carolina. Oh, they say, what's up to the Southern fella? (727) Jacksonville. Inspirational. So if y'all new here, that's how we clear them out. That really pisses them off too. Like just the black unity when we come together and we shout out and we let them know how we get down. They can't stand it. We was up. It was like 700 people in here totally. We down to like 4.5. They scattered out of here quick. It works every time. I'd rather be in here with y'all so we can talk and chop. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't mind too much, but sometimes we got to get them going. They want me to stop dragging them. I ain't never going to do that. Uh-oh, we even got Big Tex talking about prayers for Nolan. He done converted, y'all. Big Tex done converted, y'all. Shout out to my members and my mods, man. I appreciate y'all. But come on, we got to get this schooling. We got to get this schooling. Now we learning about Darvo. This is their tactics. This is how you can learn. And this is how you understand that they're time-wasting disruptors. Like just know. I want y'all to recognize a couple things. They wouldn't be over here at all. First of all, if I wasn't talking about nothing. Second of all, if y'all wasn't over here, because I could just be over here just talking to myself. They would not be here if y'all wasn't here, give yourselves a round of applause. Go ahead, give you just put an emoji in the chat for yourself. You know, run the likes up, hit the likes or something. Do the 100%. Do something. I don't know. Do something for yourself. Because I tell you, I could easily be talking to myself, but I got a stomp down, rock ribbed, boot laced, hardcore squad buddy. And it's going to take a lot to get us down, bro. Do you know what my podcast is, bro? Do you know what my podcast is, bro? Huh? That's right. Give an applause and round for yourselves. You sound so lovely, don't you agree? I'm flattered. I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm flattered. I have never had in my whole career, in all the 4,800 videos that I got on this channel, I ain't never had them doing it like this, y'all. I ain't never had them in the chat that mad. Because if y'all think about it, man, what? Like real talk, I done been live once or twice a day for the last, I can't even remember days. And I'm talking about these punks be coming back night after night for that verbal lashing and that FBA thrashing. I appreciate y'all, man. And I'm talking about y'all solid too. Y'all be rolling with the boy. Y'all been rolling with me now. It means so much right here on the backside, right there. Now let's learn now, because we got to know their tactics. I did this special for this broadcast today.
Attack, reverse victim, and offender. Let me know down below in the comments, have you ever heard of Darvo? So deny, that is when they simply deny what happened. Like, we can hear the audio, we know exactly what we hear, but yet they still will deny it.
We could watch the interviews. We could hear what they saying. He's not saying that. They love Nolan. Hell yeah, you caught that? Yeah, you gotta you know I'm that old. You know I'll be sneaking them in there. Good catch though for a second. Sounds so, you're so lovely. Just give yourself a round of applause.
It doesn't matter that we hear what we hear. It doesn't matter that we see the pictures. They're still going to deny it.
Every damn time. So that must mean it's just a job for them. Think about it, y'all. Think about it. Does hate fuel them so much? Well, that's possible. We know that hate does make them do some crazy things. But I'm just saying, like don't the hate turn down at some time? Don't you run out of fuel for hate, or is it just a constant blaze of hatred? I gotta get online. I gotta tell you, yeah. Your dweebery. I'm just saying. But she got some more. Come on now, bust it down.
Oh, he just drowned. It was just simple drowning. Leave it alone. And then if you don't leave it alone, then they go into attack mode. They criticize or they discredit the person that is raising concern. That's when they get in the comment sections and they're like, oh, you guys are so dumb. You have such a low IQ. You don't know what you're talking about. All you guys are the same. That's what
EBT queens. Y'all, how many times y'all have heard EB tweet? How many times y'all have heard EBT? How many times? You guys are low IQ. You don't know what you're talking about. You guys are no IQ. You guys are perpetual victims. You're victims. Stop playing victim. And you know what's funny about that, though? When you talk about crying and victims, ain't y'all literally over here saying the stuff that you're saying because you think the things that we are saying is victimizing you? Y'all see that reverse, that how they reverse it on you? Oh, I can do that for you. The stats again. Let me give you some stats. I got some stats for you, Purple. The U.S. population is made up of 26% of YT males. Okay. YT males are responsible for 91% of family-ocide. What is family-ocide, Jay Lava? Family-ocide is when they take everybody out. The mother, the kids. They're going to say the dog because they need somebody to do and screw when it's all said and done. So the dog staying around. But everybody else, they got to go. So what that means, I want y'all to just put this in perspective, though. Hold this knowledge down. So what that means, if you can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 busters in the chat, just know 9 of them. 9 of them. 9 of them thought about, thinking about, or finna go get the whole family out the box right now. Right now as we speak. Right now as we speak, 9 out of the 10 dweebs in my chat has thinking about, thought about, or on their way right now after this live, on their way to go get the whole family out the box. I just want you to ponder on that. And then, guess what? I got one more for you. Check this out. We're going to take that same 26% of YT males, right? Well, it just so happened that they make up 77% of the children's touchy-feely. 77%, man. So let me tell you something. So in this here chat that we got, okay? Out of the 10 dweebs, and yes, I said dweebs. That's what dweeb is a word that was specifically made for geeky white dudes, right? There's 10 dweebs in the chat. 9 of them thinking about, thought about, or on their way right now to go take the whole family out. If that doesn't happen, then they more than likely finna touch and fill them up. More than likely. Or you might get the combo bag. They might be on their way to touch and fill them up and then get rid of them after. And it's like that. So think about the numbers on that, y'all. Out of the 10 dweebs in the chat, 9 of them is on go. You can't save them. They're finna go complete the mission. They done thought about it, thinking about it, or on their way. And at least 7 of them is doing both. So 7 of them is on the double clutch side of the game. 7 of the dweebs in the chat is on the double clutch. I'ma do the do, and I'ma do you in. And you say, hey Jay, how do you know that? How do you know that, Jay? You just be talking. Well, let me give y'all exhibit A. Let me give y'all exhibit A neutral. Okay? This is a side quest from what we learning. This is a side quest. Let me give y'all exhibit A. You say, what's that, Jay? That's an artist named Makoti Lindy. It's controversial artwork called Painful Cake. This was done in 2012. It's a black and red velvet cake highlighting black history when white tea people used to eat black people. Look at this, y'all.
So this was an art exhibit created by a Swedish artist named Nolan. I believe it was called Painful Cake. I remember seeing this about 10 years ago, and it absolutely disturbed me. Nolan said that this piece was to represent the cannibalization of black people and how black people were treated and how black bodies were used. Nolan put on blackface and stuck his head in replacement of the head of the cake, and as they ate and cut the cake, he screamed while they fed himself to him and weird things. You see how happy they are, right? I don't find this to be a homage to black people. I find this extremely insulting. They enjoyed it. This was fun for them. They had pure enjoyment in doing this and seeing this pain expressed. And the cannibalization and abuse of the black body was a thing that consistently happened in America. So with this piece, you're actually giving their culture a highlight versus the culture of black people. But what
you understand? You understand? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? They can talk their ass off. Explain that. Where y'all Twitter fingers at? I don't see your Twitter fingers. Huh? Explain that. Uh-oh. Ramboni is back. Uh-oh. Ramboni finna tag in for some of his partners. What's up, Ramboni? Huh? Make sure you I know you done subscribe. I hope you done subscribe and hit that like button too with your trolling ass. Come on in. Uh-oh, Ramboni is clocking in. Yeah, I noticed that Ramboni and Black Big Tex be on the shift together. Y'all work together. Yeah, that's so the front part is a cake. That's his head sticking out the table with blackface, looking like a Resident Evil creature. I just looked it up. I'm bringing it to y'all. This is y'all people at work. Yeah, get them chats in so your higher ups know you just see he can't. They be coming in hot too. Notice they come in hot because they just started. They just got on the clock, so they got to come in hot to hope that y'all engage with them. You might as well go ahead and sub so you know every time I'm live so you can clock in on time. I wouldn't want you to be late. I wouldn't want you to be late, homeboy. Y'all see what this? Who? Kathy? Wait a minute, Kathy. What you say? The whole problem is you put white people in one category, and all white people, and that's wrong. Shut up, Kathy. Shut up. You know what category y'all in, Kathy? Kathy, I'm glad you said that. You know what category y'all in, Kathy? Kathy.
Some damn devils. It ain't no other way.
Y'all some damn devils. Kathy.
Some damn devils. It ain't no other way.
It ain't no other way, Kathy.
Some devils. It ain't no other way.
It ain't no other way, Kathy. Y'all devils, Kathy. It just is what it is, Kathy. We're looking at you like you're all devils, Kathy. 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 Kathy, yo, people out here messing up right now, Kathy. So we got to put the side eye on all y'all, Kathy. I know it don't feel good, but you know what you do? You call us all lazy. We all on EBT. We all whatever y'all all eat watermelon, I guess. We all love fried chicken. Well, Kathy, we looking at most of y'all like them folks, Kathy. Kathy, we looking at y'all like y'all the folks. Kathy, y'all is the folks. Kathy, y'all the folks. Did I mention that y'all the folks, Kathy? It's a lot of y'all that do a lot of bad things. It's a shame I got a plethora of your people to put up. Females too. It ain't all your gentlemen. It's your females too. It's your females too, Kathy. Kathy. No, I'm not being nice. Godzilla, what up, P? Yep, that's them folks. Yeah. No, we ain't being nice to Kathy. No. Kathy, that's your I can keep going, Kathy. This your peoples. Look at them. Look how the top just blew off. Look at him, how the top just blew off his hair and them horns came out. Lindsey Graham, devil. The sheriff Ledworser, devil. Talking about it wasn't no foul play. All Nolan's little friends, devils. Devil. 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 And that's the one that got them all tight. That's the one that got them all tight. Kathy, we here because of this one. Because of this one. Oh, you talking about they said no foul play? Oh, I got them. Fam, Zilla. Who said that? Yeah, Zilla, you said no foul play? That's your boy Rivez up here. You know I got him. First it was Mr. Ledbetter. Mr. Ledbetter was the first one that said it was no foul play. He was the first one, the sheriff. It was him. Then it was your boy Rivez. It was the coroner. I'm asking the coroner where to throw. That's the coroner right there, Mississippi coroner. His name is Bryce Lynn. Bryce Lynn Jr. This is the Mississippi medical examiner. Mark Levine. That's Tate Reeves. That was the dude that did the press conference talking about, I talked to the sheriff and I know they're going to do their job. I ain't heard nothing that was saying foul play now. And this is the one that's holding the autopsy report for the grand jury. That's Angel. McLariff, I think. Angel McLariff. She's the district attorney. Oh, yeah, I got them all. I even dipped back into the other devil lady that do the autopsies. The one that run the show, Mrs. Stacy Turner. Let's not forget about Stacy Turner. Oh no. Even the Mississippi Public Safety Commissioner catching strays because he said it's too much speculation on the case. He had to get one too. And you know I had to get Warren's mom. Had to get her. I'm not playing no games with these people. Is what I'm trying to tell you. And it's enough devils to go around. Just so y'all know. It's enough devils to go around. Yeah, AI did a thing on Stacy. I didn't tell him to turn her whole. I ain't tell it to do that. I just said make her a devil, and that's what it came up with. She's like a grand wizard devil or something. Like she's really terrible. But so is Reeves though. Reeves' devil is hideous. But I still want us to get this. I want us to get this skill out, just so y'all can identify what we talking about when we dealing with these folks. Okay.
Y'all at school. DARVO stands for Deny, Attack, Reverse, Victim, and Offender. Let me know down below in the comments. Have you ever heard of DARVO? So deny, that is when they simply deny what happened. Like we can hear the audio, we know exactly what we hear, but yet they still will deny it. It doesn't matter that we hear what we hear. It doesn't matter that we see the pictures. They're still going to deny it. Oh, he just drowned. It was just simple drowning. Leave it alone. And then if you don't leave it alone, then they go into attack mode. They criticize or they discredit the person that is raising concern. That's when they get in the comment sections and they're like, oh, you guys are so dumb. You have such a low IQ. You don't know what you're talking about. All you guys are the same. That's what they do. It's part of their makeup. It's in their blood. They can't help it. And then after that is when they reverse the victim and offender. That is when they portray themselves as the victim. And then they portray the accuser as the wrongdoer. So if being that I'm accusing Warren of doing something to Nolan, there's something wrong with me because I'm accusing Warren. How dare I do that?
Do y'all getting
And
it?
if you notice, they are reversing the victim. Now they're saying it's Nolan's mom's fault. Now she's the victim. Oh, she got on there and did this. Oh, it's Ben Crump's fault. Oh no, matter of fact, it's Carmelo Anthony's fault. Like you.
All right. I swear to God, that one always kills me. Don't y'all hate when y'all see like nigga, you talking about Carmelo? He 35 years. Think that 35 years. She ain't telling no lies. This is crazy. She got him nailed down to the cross.
Notice they are reversing the victim. Now they're saying it's Nolan's mom's fault. Now she's the victim. Oh, she got on there and did this. Oh, it's Ben Crump's fault. Oh no, matter of fact, it's Carmelo Anthony's fault. Like you guys are pulling shit out the sky. Now it's somebody else's fault instead of it being Warren's fault. Do not allow them to sway your opinion. Do not allow them to make you think that you're crazy for what you're thinking. Don't do that, because that is their goal. Do not allow them to shut you up, because that is their goal. We will continue to yell Nolan Wells from the rooftops, and we will continue to yell that Warren is guilty until there is an arrest.
See, sometimes I be having to give, she cooking for sure. Sometimes I got to come through with them real messages. You know what I'm saying? The people be out here speaking, and sometimes we just got to listen to them. You know what I'm saying? They be coming with the, you know what I'm saying? They be coming with the, You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm going to go to my cutie, because she always, I like her little recaps. Her little recaps be so casual. But she, you know what I'm saying, she do bust it down though. I like her recaps. For those that, you know, if we need to get a recap, Jessica been doing that. Let me go ahead and give her a like and follow, because I didn't feature her and I respect her breakdowns. Come on, Jess.
The Nolan Wells case and the correlation to Ida B. Wells is a conversation that's circulating online. There is somebody that's a descendant of Ida B. Wells' lineage that is saying allegedly Nolan Wells is not, in fact, related to Ida B. Wells, while others are saying, well, that's not what I heard. I heard from a different source that he is. Regardless of whether they are related or not, whether they're relatives or not, that's actually not important to me. I think there's something to be said about the fact that if you know the history of Ida B. Wells, she is popularly known for her anti-lynching campaigns, and she led a crusade against that in her day. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the Nolan Wells case is attracting so much attention and driving so much activity and opening up the door for so many different conversations. While I know that a lot of you do not want to transparently engage in the reality of portions of this entire situation, no, we don't know what happened. But as that 911 call continues to circulate, I'm going to tell you what people are going to do. As the DA has already decided that they're not going to release anything additional, there's so many different scenarios circulating. There was the initial concept that Nolan never left Horn Island. Now there's a different concept based on that 911 call, or the tow call, that Nolan probably was on the boat, but then something could have happened. And nobody is saying that these young men did something to him, but I think that if there was a medical emergency, if he was overly drunk and then got sick and blacked out, whatever could have happened, if these things be true, I think that it's the manner in which you handle it that makes you a contributing factor to what happened or not. Now, that's my interpretation of it. Now, I know that, again, this is all my opinion, and this is very much speculation, but the point that much of the African American community is trying to make is that when you don't give facts, there's so much room for speculation. And the reason that we're going so hard for this, because I want to say it with my chest. I don't want to whisper it. I don't want to tiptoe around it. There are a lot of people that don't look like me that are constantly posting the same kind of comment underneath all of these videos that I'm posting on a daily basis. And you know what they're saying? I wish y'all would go this hard for black on black crime. Well, if you look at the research, white on white crime is probably at a higher percentage than black on black crime. The other thing that I think a lot of people don't understand is black and or African American populations aren't the majority of the population of America. So use that data to then guide whatever else you're saying in my comments. The reason that we're going so hard is because we know that if Nolan Wells was a white boy and the rest of those boys were black boys, those black boys would be either locked up in jail or on house arrest, unable to leave, passports surrendered. We know that. How do we know that? That is the way of the world. History has proven itself. That's another thing that I want to address. There are lots of people in my comments when I was talking about, like, historically what happens to African American people as it relates to getting justice in scenarios where they are found unalived. You guys don't want me to lead into historical implications, but that is a data point that we have to reference. It's just the same as a hurricane and the damage that it might have caused. Like Hurricane Hugo, and the damage that it might have caused is documented. So in the same fashion, when these African Americans are being found unalive, when these African Americans are harmed, the outcome of whatever happened there, that is now a data point that we can relate back to. History normally repeats itself unless you insert people who are committed to breaking the cycle. And I think that what we're seeing right now illustrated is that there's not really a desire to break the cycle. Now, that's all alleged, and that's an assumption, and that's me inserting my opinion. But I'm saying these things because people who don't look like me are in my comments really being disrespectful. They're in my comments implying that I'm not intelligent, implying that African Americans are reaching with all of the assumptions that we're making.
Yours too? It must be an epidemic. Damn, they everywhere?
I think the biggest part about this is if you don't look like me, you could never understand the fear that we walk around with every day. And it might not be a fear that's like, oh, I'm so afraid to live. No, it's an underlying fear that we know that we have to proceed with caution everywhere in anything that we do.
Yep.
So yes, we will be going hard about this Nolan Wells case. And in the same fashion, when the murder trial was going on, I was talking about the murder trial because that was something that I was interested in. So if it's something I'm interested in, you doggone right, I'm going to be on here talking about it every chance I get. And because I feel like y'all want us to just sweep this under the rug, let it die down, and let's move on, as long as I can provide an update every day on the Nolan Wells investigation, I promise you I will. Today, I don't really have a lot to say. So I'm just providing my synopsis of where we are at this point.
And I appreciate it. She broke it down, kept it nice and precise. Yeah, they stay in the comments, Gold Dust. They stay in there. I told you it'd be just like a little group of them. They be at work. They take their little shifts because I ain't see none of these names earlier. Big Tex is a nighttime dude. There's yeah, they so sick, the fatigue, blah blah blah. They say all the same words over and over and over again. It's their script, y'all. They probably got a piece of paper, you know, with points that they gotta hit, stuff that they gotta say in the chat to see if somebody will catch on and bite on to it. You know. Let's get back on this interview, though, real quick.
Okay, let's go ahead and talk about this man and Nolan's so-called friend.
So I just really want to talk about this interview from a marketing and PR perspective. If you don't know, my background is in public relations and communications.
Okay.
And this interview was just too much. The clips that I saw, I couldn't stomach watching the whole thing, but the clips that I saw, it screamed of just being a heavily coached PR interview. I didn't see any real emotion from his friend, especially like if you took me to a place that my supposedly best friend was at, that was the last time that I saw them and was with them, and you took me there, not even a whole month later, I would be emotional about that. And he just didn't show any type of emotion whatsoever during this entire interview. And also, it came across as really repetitive, like he was really sticking to the talking points. When you are giving talking points for an interview, that's what you do. That's why when you say Kamala Harris, when she was running and saying all this stuff, and you kept saying that she kept saying the same thing, that she was sticking to the talking points.
Right.
She was sticking to what the narrative and what the script was. And that's exactly what his friend did.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand the purpose of this interview. I don't understand why, because I believe his mother or his stepmother is the judge that made the statement.
Yeah.
I don't understand why she felt that it was okay for him to go on this man's platform.
As a rabid racist.
I have a sneaky suspicion why, but it's just odd to me that after everything happened with Nolan, with hiding of the, phone, not turning in the phone to his mother, deleting stuff off of his phone, and just not really cooperating, but then, or even getting off of social media, but you gonna go and do this interview with this man who is not a part of the black community whatsoever, because not all skin folk is kinfolk. Like the way this man just lives his life solely for the approval for envelopes, 8.5s, it's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. And I'm pretty sure it's a grift. And
hold on, did y'all catch that though? That's the new one, y'all. Y'all gotta put that in your lexicon. She called them envelopes. She also called them 11 by 8.5s. If you get it, you get it. That was real on the low though. Shout out to her. She cooking. That was real low ski. You had to catch that one.
Just lives his life solely for the approval for envelopes, 8.5s. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. And I'm pretty sure it's a grift, and y'all are just too whatever to get it. But this is really, really insane that he always is on the opposite side of justice. I'm just going to say justice. I did see that he was on Stephen A. Smith with a civil rights attorney. He was talking about, a little bit why he did the interview. And again, he was on the side of the envelopes.
Hey, I was gonna play the Officer Tatum and the civil rights dude interview, but I just thought it was so I did the thumbnail for it and everything, y'all. Like I was ready to go with that video. And it like the way Cuz was talking, I was just like, hell no. Nah. Like no. Oh. I was actually gonna do the video. But I'm like, nah, I'm cool. It was something about it. Look, I had the thumbnail ready and everything. I had the thumbnail ready and everything. Y'all want to see that interview? Look, on the big screen, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna take the chat down for a second so y'all can see it. Y'all see that, Joan? Y'all see that, Joan? I was gonna do that. You say play it, fuck it. Y'all want to check it out, man? I mean, it's Coon Fest 1999. He's like, "Yep, we here." Yeah, y'all be for real. I'm saying I be trying to work. I was finna come on back with the whoop whoop scoop, but I was like, nah, I ain't really want to put y'all through that. All right, okay. The people have spoken. It's right here too. Dang, what's it? Oh, let me look. Let me look at the joint real quick. See what his name is. What's his name? Charles FC. Tatum and Charles FC. All right, hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. Stephen A. Smith. All right. The people have spoken. The people said what they said. Y'all said what you said. I heard you. We gonna watch it too. Let's get it in. Let's go for it. Let me set it up. On the setup side of the game. Hold on. All right. Here we go. Hold on now. Let's go. Let's go on in. Keep It P podcast. Get them likes up. Get them likes up. Get them up there now. All right, here we go. Let me get out the way. I don't need to be front and center. And I'm gonna put the chat back up on the side for y'all. Boom. I'll put the chat back up for y'all. Boom. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's do it.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the latest edition, the special edition of Straight Shooter. As always, I appreciate the love and support that y'all have been giving me. Thanks so much for all the love and support. Just continue to support Straight Shooter. Just go to Stephen A. Smith, Straight Shooter, and obviously you'll be the latest member of the Straight Shooter family. A lot of stuff to get into, no doubt. I'm going to have another panel today. It's going to be my fourth panel, and it's involving the case of Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old college football player out of Ocean Springs, Mississippi, who died. Body was found July 6th, 2 days after going away with some friends on July 4th. A lot of people are talking about this story because, according to the reports, he was a black dude, and he was the only black dude with a few white dudes, and they all came back alive, and he didn't. Clearly, since that time, we've learned via reporting on the part of some people, via an autopsy report and other things, that there are some conflicting facts that need to be brought to light. And I think that it's time to have a discussion about this from the vantage point of two completely different sides. One is a conservative, one is a liberal, one's a former police officer, one is a civil rights attorney and a legal mind. It's a lot to get into, make no mistake about it. It's going to be Officer Tatum on the right. It's going to be Charles F. Coleman Jr., civil rights attorney, on the left. And there's clearly a lot of things to get into, conflicting accounts. One friend claimed Wells chose to stay behind to talk to a girl. Wells' family strongly disputes this, stating they raised him to never separate from his group. There's a boat issue. Phone records and dispatch audio indicate the friend's boat suffered a mechanical failure around 4 p.m. as they left the island when calling for a tow. The operator stated everyone on board was in good health. There's also the issue of Nolan Wells' body being found after being reported missing by his mother near midnight. A multi-agency search was launched. A National Park Service ranger found Wells' body floating face down on the northwestern tip of Horn Island on July 6th. Again, civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump is representing the family. And Officer Tatum, as in Brandon Tatum, traveled to Mississippi, interviewed one of the boys involved in the case. But according to him, he probably interviewed several folks in attendance that July 4th day. So there's a lot of stuff to get into. And without further ado, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I know very little about this case other than what I've read and what I've seen on television. I've heard the reports implying one thing. Nevertheless, we're hearing other things come to light. So rather than speculate any longer, let's get to the bottom of it to the best that we can at this particular moment in time. With one autopsy having been done, another autopsy being performed, and evidence emanating from that's been deemed incomplete, to say the least, there's a lot to get into. So without further ado, here we go. Get your ears perked up. Get your thought process circulating and percolating. It's time to get into it right now. My first guest is a civil rights attorney, a former federal prosecutor, and an MS Now legal analyst. He writes the What Matters Now newsletter on Beehive, and you can catch him on his podcast, The Brothers Briefing. He is joined by a former Arizona police officer turned conservative YouTube political commentator and host of the Officer Tatum podcast. Please welcome to the show, Charles F. Coleman Jr. and, of course, Officer Brandon Tatum. Good afternoon, fellas. How y'all doing? How's everything?
Blessed.
I'm doing well, brother. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Charles Coleman Jr., let's start off with you. What can you tell us? I mean, the Nolan Wells case has been in the news for nearly 3 weeks now. For those who may not be aware of the case or have not kept up with the facts, just to recap, he was an 18-year-old college football player from Ocean Springs, Mississippi. On July 14th, he and his friends traveled by private boat to Horn Island, an uninhabited barrier island off the Mississippi coast. Wells was the only black person on the boat. Wells was last seen on the island around 3 p.m. His friends returned to the mainland without him. And as a result, ultimately, a couple of days later, he was found dead. Charles Coleman Jr., at this particular juncture, what's on your mind in terms of this case? What's missing? What are your thoughts?
Well, Stephen A., we just saw the family release their independent autopsy results yesterday, which were conducted by Dr. Roger Mitchell, who is the president of the National Medical Association. And those results were inconclusive. They were able to establish that Nolan Wells did not die by accident, that he did not die of natural causes, but at the same time that they were not able to establish that this was a homicide. In fact, those results established that it was not a homicide. Now, one important caveat to note is that the chief medical officer from the state of Mississippi, the sheriff's office, removed the throat from Nolan Wells' autopsy when their autopsy was conducted first. We have not heard the results of the state's autopsy, but we know that when Roger Mitchell examined the body for the family, that the throat and other organs have been removed. So that your listeners understand, that's not abnormal. That is something that takes place normally during the case of an investigation and of an autopsy. So there's nothing that was wrong there. But at this point, Dr. Roger Mitchell, who did the independent autopsy from the family, has not been able to confirm any sense of foul play as of yet. That was undecided or undecisive. That does not mean that foul play may not have occurred. It just means that the autopsy that was conducted by the family did not show that conclusively. He saw some potential trauma to Nolan Wells' head. That was not something that he was able to explain as being the result of foul play. And we have yet to hear the state's autopsy and what they found or what their findings were. You may recall, and listeners may recall, that initially the sheriff's office said that they had no reason to suspect that foul play was afoot. And what I would say that this autopsy confirms from the family is that while that cannot be certainly confirmed, it still can't be ruled out. So finally, there are 60 witnesses that have been interviewed in the course of this investigation by the sheriff's office. There's likely going to be a presentation to the grand jury, and we don't know what the toxicology report will show from Nolan Wells because much of that is in the hands of the state. But as of right now, this is where things stand. And as a former prosecutor, I want to know what the state's autopsy is going to say and what are the witness accounts that they are going to put forward in the grand jury.
Officer Tatum, you personally you traveled to Mississippi, from my understanding, to personally interview one of the young men who left the island without Nolan. Why should the public trust whatever account is coming from them right now, in your estimation, based on what you've learned? First things first, I shouldn't say that. First things first, what did you deduce from the conversation you had from one of the friends that was with Nolan Wells? What did you take away from that you'd like the public to know?
Well, Stephen A., I want to make sure this is clear. I actually spoke to all the boys that were being accused. I spoke to family members. I spoke to also their attorneys. It's just that the one young man had the, I wouldn't say courage, because others had reasons why they didn't want to come on the camera, but he was able to come on the camera, and I interviewed him. And I also interviewed another young man who was black, who was there, who had his own personal accounts of what happened.
That nigga was questionably black. I don't think he was nowhere near black. I think he was black for the interview. But fam, you tripping, fam. If you say that nigga was black at all, you're really tripping. But carry on.
I'm not asking people to believe or not believe. I just wanted to give people the information. So nobody had heard from the young boys. Nobody had heard their accounts. And a lot of misinformation was put out there, some intentionally, some maybe not intentionally, but they were.
And you put out even more misinformation. You ruined them boys' lives with that damn interview. They are solidified in history as idiots now. This
it was very detrimental and not conducive for the investigation into Nolan Wells' death. It was punitive. They came out and started with race. It had to be something nefarious because these boys are white for any other reason. So I wanted to go out and hear the full story. And what I deduced from the interview and talking to everybody is that these young boys had nothing to do with what ended up.
It wasn't because they was white. See, I hate when they try to do them. It wasn't. It's not solely because they white. You know what you did? You solidified that it was because they was white, because they came on your platform. This guy, thanks, Willie.
Happened to Nolan Wells, and also they were best friends. I mean, these kids had so many pictures, so many text messages of them being closer to Nolan than any other friend group. And also one thing that shocked me.
He did the interview. He heard dude say that his mom didn't know him. So you gonna go with what dude say and not the mom. Okay.
Was that this was an island, not secluded, not an island with 5 or 6 people on it. It was an island where there was thousands of people there, hundreds of boats, and also a lot of people could verify the statements that was made from some of these young men. So I really wish that we could have started at a point to say, what happened to Nolan Wells? Let's work together as a community. Let's talk to these young men, talk to other people, and let's find out what happened to Nolan instead of jumping a race.
Hey, man, I want y'all to know this dude, Officer Tatum, gets paid pretty well for this cooning, too. I don't know if y'all looked at his page. Thank you. Who was that? Amiri? Amir? Becca? I appreciate you. But listen, though. I looked at this dude's page, man. This dude got like 2 billion views on his YouTube page, y'all. Like, them folks is eating this man's content up. And he's super dangerous, by the way. Like, you know, we could get somewhere if it wasn't for dudes like this. Purple, thanks for the jewels. Oh man, I looked at the views on these videos, fam. Off them little interviews. They almost at millions. And I'm talking about 1 million views on the landscape video. We talking about thousands of dollars, fam. I'm talking about a lot of money. A lot. And he got like 4-5 episodes of the joint. There we go. It smells like here we go, y'all.
Officer Tatum, how do you know that it was misinformation that was put out there? How did you come to the conclusion that something was misinformation? Explain that. Is it just according to their account or something else?
No. Initially, I knew it was hogwash because when Al Sharpton and them got on TV, they automatically made an inference to say, well, it was something that had to happen because these kids were white. It was white kids with one black boy. I mean, that there's no evidence to project that unless you believe every white person is nefarious in their dealings with black people. And so I thought that was suspicious on his.
From bringing up,
hold on. Did he say unless you believe?
And that was put out there. How did you come to the conclusion that something was?
How would we not think that? Don't we got history to draw from? Don't we got history to draw from? Now he wants you to deny everything you know. Just deny every. No. They not. Who said that? Lisa, nope. No, Lisa, you're wrong. Deny everything you know, Lisa. Nope. This guy
was misinformation. Explain that.
Well,
Is it just
well, I knew it was
according to their account or something else?
No. Initially, I knew it was hogwash because when Al Sharpton and them got on TV, they automatically made an inference to say, well, it was something that had to happen because these kids were white. It was white kids with one black boy. I mean, that there's no evidence to project that unless you.
Yes, there is. And it sound about white, too. Nigga, you ain't gonna make me feel stupid. Nah. What are you talking about? Y'all know when something happened to this dude, you know who he gonna come crawling to? That boy is gonna come crawling to the back community, and he gonna be crying bloody racism, boy. And we're gonna remember videos like this. I know I am.
Believe every white person is nefarious in their dealings with black people. And so I thought that was suspicious on his face. And then they said that Nolan was the only black kid. He was not the only black kid. Many of his black friends were also at the island with him. So, some of those things that start to come out, I knew that they were not being truthful about what happened.
Charles, your thoughts, your response to what Officer Tatum just said.
I don't necessarily know that the initial statements about Nolan being with some of his white friends is entirely afactual. I also don't know that it is a nefarious statement in as much as these are facts. He was with a number of different white boys or a number of different boys who are white. I think that the problem with what Officer Tatum has just pointed out is that there is an underpinning of race when you're having a conversation about the types of things that happen and have happened to black boys and black people in Mississippi, such that it cannot be summarily dismissed. I did not necessarily jump to any conclusion, but the history of what race relations have been in Mississippi and how we have not necessarily been safe has caused me to take a special look at this case. It doesn't mean that I'm accusing anyone of anything. It doesn't mean that I do not believe in finding the process. But at the same time, I am not going to ignore the facts, which you just pointed out. These are facts. He may have been with other black people, but we have seen the pictures, we have seen the photos. There were a number of people who were gathered out there for the July 4th holiday, but Nolan Wells was with 3 boys who happened to be white. Those are facts.
He was with, but the thing is that it's facts without context. He was with more than just 3 white boys. That's the problem. There was over 20, 30 kids that got on 3 boats, and they all went to the island together. They didn't just travel with Nolan and just these 3 boys. Many of the boys that they're accusing, including Warren, wasn't even on the boat with Nolan when Nolan went out to the island. So some of those things were mischaracterizations of what.
So it's safe to say that Warren's mom hit him with some paper. It's safe to say that, yep, they hit him with a little cheese because he is out there campaigning, boy. If that boy don't got the cape on right now, the cape is on.
Actually happened. And the thing is that I don't think it's fair to say, because history has shown in part that white people or black people have had injustices, that all of a sudden you project that into a new situation. Black people have done nefarious things to other black people. Does that mean that you automatically jump to saying, oh, black people must be wrong in this situation? Because he had his black friends there too, and why nobody's questioning them?
We don't get the chance to say black people's wrong in this situation, Mr. Tatum, because the black people go right to jail. They don't pass go. They don't collect $200. They go their ass right to jail. Tatum. Talk about hogwash. This is straight hogwash right here. The reverse of said scenario doesn't even actually get to happen, because when it's quote unquote black on black crime, ninjas go to jail. It ain't no they get to sit at the crib and we get to figure out if they did something and whoopty-scooty scam. They got the manhunt. They got the pictures on the news. They knocking on doors. They coming to get, they done found you in another state, in another hood, at the local corner store. What are you talking about? Ain't no rest. What is he talking about? Good old race bait Tatum.
Why nobody saying, why did the black friends rescue him? What did the black kids know about Nolan? And many of them said that they saw him last when the white boys had left at 4:30. So
you're lying. And see, and look, he just tried to reaffirm the 4:30 story. So if that's 4:30 story is true, then how was your boy Warren yelling at Nolan to get on the boat when he was cradling Katie? See? And he's such a puppet, he didn't even logically think about what he's saying. He just did the interview with these dudes. He didn't retain that little bit of information. Okay, yeah, Warren slipped up when he said it, but I know better than that, especially if I'm going to have a back. You just slipped up and said it too. I know y'all all heard that in the interview. Come on now.
I just think that the race should never be interjected. Nolan's friends told me, and they proved to me that they were really close to him and they were some of his best friends.
They did not prove anything. If that was the proof, what they said on camera, my guy, you're lying. Did y'all see any proof that they was friends? Did y'all see any proof in any of them long ass videos? We broke it down line for line. We went through that thing with a fine-tooth comb. Like no games played. Who that say? Sharon, that's what I'm trying to figure out. When did he is slow. He might be on the spectrum a little bit. Don't he? Look at him right now. Look at his face right now. Is Cuz on the spectrum? Put a 1 in the chat if you think he on the spectrum. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he on the spectrum. Do y'all think he on the spectrum? Got 1 for the spectrum. Spectrum. Look at that face. Just look at that face and make your judgment now. Make your judgment now. Short bus. 3. ADHD. Nah, it's something more than that. One times 1,000. Oh my God. He on something. Riddling something. Barbiturates. Something. Uppers, downers. Zooms, whams. That nigga's on something. Yeah, man. Who said that? Yeah, these suckers is really against us. This dude is Placate Jake. El Kiss White Patootie. He getting paid for it right now, though. Y'all go look at that nigga views, boy. That boy getting cashed all the way out.
They said Nolan would have been incredibly upset at the way people are framing his death and going after his friends with no evidence.
Salvia.
Well, here's the
Officer
thing.
Tatum, hold on, Charles. Hold on, Charles. I would say this to you, Officer Tatum. I get where you're coming from. And by the way, I appreciate the context and I appreciate the reporting on your part. Because numerous reports that I had read was talking about how he was the only black kid there. He was a black kid with a few white boys. And you articulating that fact is very, very important. I think that's important and fair to point out. But what do you say to folks that will ask this kind of a question? He's on a boat. He's on an island. And according to numerous reports, he talked about staying behind and traveling back with a different set of company. Yet his car keys and his phone was left on a boat that he had traveled to those guys with. So what teenager do you know is saying he's staying someplace, but he's going to leave his car keys and his phone on the boat with the guys that he arrived at the island with? That does seem a bit suspicious, particularly when the guy's mother, Nolan Wells' mother, had to use some app to locate the phone, and it was something that wasn't given back. These are reports. I'm not pretending to know, Officer Tatum. These are what the report said. What do you say to that?
And this is where I feel like Benjamin Crump and them should be sued for them putting out this information without facts. Let me point the.
They didn't put that in. What are you talking about? Oh, so his mama lied. You hear this, dude? His mama lied. They put it out. So his mama don't know what she talking about. She don't know when she got the call. She don't know how they got the phone. His dad don't know what happened when he went over there to get the keys. It's all a lie. This guy is relentlessly ridiculous. He is astutely uninformed. Nah, man, he's doing this on all the purpose. On all the purpose in the world. He know exactly what he's doing. You can't coon this good without it being purposeful. This is he said, is Steven using the sad face filter? What? Is he? That's crazy.
The facts out. Without context, it sounds bizarre. But when you put it in the context that a lot of people left their phones on the boat that left. Many kids came to get their phone after they left the lake. Nolan was with a girl.
His face do look funny though. Hold on. Stephen A's face do
when the guy's mother,
does look
Nolan
very
Wells' mother,
strange.
had to use some app to locate the phone, and it was something that wasn't given back. These are reports. I'm not pretending to know, Officer Tatum. These are what the report said. What do you say to that?
And this is where I feel like Benjamin Crump and them should be sued for them putting out this information without facts. Let me point the facts out. Without context, it sounds.
Stephen A was taking it back. He like, Sue, nigga, what are you talking about?
Sounds bizarre. But when you put it in the context that a lot of people left their phones on the boat that left. Many kids came to get their phone after they left the lake. Nolan was with a girl. It's not shocking that Nolan would have said, hey, man, you guys had to leave, because they had to leave in an emergency situation. It wasn't like they had time to prep and everything. The boat was sinking, so they had to go. And they told Nolan, get on the boat, get on the effing boat, man, let's go. And he like, no, I'm finna hang out with this girl. I saw evidence of that, and others who had sent messages that I read that said that they asked Nolan to go and he didn't want to go. Now, a lot of people left their phones on the boats because they're sitting in chest deep water, and it's a bunch of people out there. The reception is not very good, so most people did not have their phone with them. Now, the phone and the key situation, people need to understand.
Lies, lies, lies. It wasn't chest deep water, no goddamn where. That's first off. There wasn't no chest deep water. Lies, lies, lies. And what else he said? Hold on, I missed the other thing he said, because that was a lie too. Hold on.
When the guy's mother, Nolan Wells' mother,
oh man, let's go. And he like, no, I'm finna hang out with this girl. I saw evidence of that, and others who had sent messages that I read that said that they asked Nolan.
Okay, so hold up. So hold on, wait a minute. Did they send messages or it wasn't no service? Did they send messages or it wasn't no service? Did they send messages or there was no service? You got to pick one, Mr. Tatum. Hell yeah, he making stuff up. He got to pick a struggle. It's got to be one of them. Either they sent text or there was no service. I mean, which one is it? Man, it could have been. Man, you think people that ain't been to the lake before take Ziploc bags for their phones? Just like they do the pack. Thank you. Thank you. I said that. What up, honey baby? Yeah, he contradicted himself very hard. What are you talking about, officer? Officer Numbnuts.
Time to prep and everything. The boat was sinking, so they had to go. And they told Nolan, "Get on the boat. Get on the effing boat, man. Let's go." And he like, "No."
So they told Nolan to get on the effing boat. Let's go. But that's 4:30. That's not 3 o'clock. He's an idiot. He's straight dumb. He's a full-blown idiot.
No, I'm finna hang out with this girl. I saw evidence of that, and others who had sent messages that I read that said that they asked Nolan to go and he didn't want to go. Now, a lot of people left their.
Well, wait. How they texted Nolan and his phone on the boat? How is they texting Nolan and his phone is on the boat though? Because nobody gets off the boat with their phone, and he was over there cradling Katie. So he was cradling Katie in one arm with his phone in the other, then he would have had his phone and he would have never left it on the boat. All right, I'm going. Yep, hold on.
And it was something that wasn't given back. These are reports. I'm not pretending to know, Officer Tatum. These are what the report said. What do you say to that?
And this is where I feel like Benjamin Crump and them should be sued for them putting out this information without facts. Let me point the facts out. Without context, it sounds bizarre. But when you put it in the context that a lot of people left their phones on the boat that left. Many kids came to get their phone after they left the lake. Nolan was with a girl. It's not shocking that Nolan would have said, "Hey man, you guys had to leave," because they had to leave in an emergency situation. It wasn't like they had time to prep and everything. The boat was sinking, so they had to go. And they told Nolan, "Get on the boat, get on the effing boat, man, let's go." And he like, "No, I'm finna hang out with this girl." I saw evidence of that, and others who had sent messages that I read that said that they asked Nolan to go and he didn't want to go. Now, a lot of people left their phones on the boats because they're sitting in chest deep water, and it's a bunch of people out there. The reception is not very good, so most people did not have their phone with them. Now, the phone in the
he turned right back around and say, "No, but what is he talking about?" Oh, Pilot J be everywhere? Uh-oh. Who, Pilot J is a worker? Thanks for pointing that out for me, Shay. I'm going to keep my eyes on him. But did this dude just say, don't nobody had a boat, but everybody came back to get their phone on the boat, but I seen the text messages that said we had texted Nolan to go, but nobody had their phone though, because it wasn't no reception. Man, he's talking. Yeah, man. He don't even know what he's talking about. This is worse than the interviews.
them should be sued for them putting out this information without facts. Let me point the facts out. Without context, it sounds bizarre. But when you put it in the context that a lot of people left their phones on the boat that left. Many kids came to get their phone after they left the lake. Nolan was with a girl. It's not shocking that Nolan would have said, hey, man, you guys had to leave, because they had to leave in an emergency situation. It wasn't like they had time to prep and everything. The boat was sinking, so they had to go. And they told Nolan, get on the boat, get on the effing boat, man, let's go. And he like, no, I'm finna hang out with this girl. I saw evidence of that, and others who had sent messages that I read that said that they asked Nolan to go and he didn't want to go. Now, a lot of people left their phones on the boats because they're sitting in chest deep water, and it's a bunch of people out there. The reception is not very good, so most people did not have their phone with them. Now, the phone and the keys situation, people need to understand the context. Nolan never brought his keys with him because they were on a boat driving 7 miles out to an island. His keys had always been at the residence where his car was. So when the guys go back, they text Nolan's mother. This is where it ticks me off. They showed me a phone call where immediately the first phone call that was made concerning Nolan was Warren called Nolan's mom, and she hung up the phone on him the first time because she didn't know who he was. The second call, he told her, hey, Nolan haven't come back. Do you know? Have you heard from him?
Whoa. So she hung up on the nigga she didn't know because he wasn't his best friend? This guy's a bumbling idiot. Did he just say that he called that Warren his best friend since 8th grade? He called and she hung up the first time, but I thought that was your best friend, though. Wasn't his buddy? I guess not, huh? My buddy. This is crazy. He's rambling himself right off a cliff. I seen somebody put in there, he should go to jail for aiding and abetting. Aiding and abetting. This dude got diarrhea of the jaws. And he's saying a bunch of BS.
Time to prep and everything. The boat was sinking, so they had to go. And they told Nolan, get on the boat, get on the effing boat, man, let's go. And he like, no, I'm finna hang out with this girl. I saw evidence of that, and others who had sent messages that I read that said that they asked Nolan to go and he didn't want to go. Now, a lot of people left their phones on the boats because they're sitting in chest deep water, and it's a bunch of people out there. The reception is not very good, so most people did not have their phone with them. Now, the phone and the keys situation, people need to understand the context. Nolan never brought his keys with him because they were on a boat driving 7 miles out to an island. His keys had always been at the residence where his car was. So when the guys go back, they text Nolan's mother. This is where it ticks me off. They showed me a phone call where immediately the first phone call that was made concerning.
Is that one of his little buzzwords? This is where it ticks me off. Nigga, that don't make your statement more impactful because you say, this is where it ticks me off. Did y'all see? Y'all peep that? This is where it ticks me off. That didn't even fit in even what he was saying. This is where it ticks me off. He is trying so hard. He even be trying to white boy it up when he talk. This is where it ticks me off.
And Nolan was Warren called Nolan's with them. Now, the phone and the keys situation, people need to understand the context. Nolan never brought his keys with him because they were on a boat driving 7 miles out to an island. His keys had always been at the residence where his car was. So when the guys go back, they text Nolan's mother. This is where it ticks me off. They showed me a phone call where immediately the first phone call that was made concerning Nolan was Warren called Nolan's mom, and she hung up the phone on him the first time because she didn't know who he was. The second call, he told her, hey, Nolan haven't come back. Do you know? Have you heard from him? And then they called the Coast Guard. So his mother was very much aware that they had Nolan's phone. His mother did not have to track the phone through Life 360. His mother didn't come get the phone. Another parent of a black kid who was out there with Nolan came to get her son's phone and Nolan's phone.
Why didn't he tell her he had the phone when he called her? Why wasn't he taking the phone over there to his homeboy's house, who he thought something was wrong with, so his mom would have the phone? She shouldn't have to send nobody to come get the phone. You should have been over there crying on the shoulder of Mr. Wells, trying to figure out how y'all finna go use one of y'all boats to find No. I'm just saying. He's not doing them any justice. Like he took the damn interview and ruined it more. He could have left a message, right? And he didn't text. It was all call, because he didn't text either. That was a lie.
So why didn't Al Sharpton or any of them ask these boys what happened, have them show evidence, and then present it to the public? And it's
this, you know what? And he already know that Al Sharpton is like a code word for white people. For whatever reason, he already know. Soon as white people hear Al Sharpton, they ready to dismiss everything. That's a dog whistle, y'all. Because Al Sharpton had nothing to do with that. But you see how he tied that in there? You see how he tied that on the end? Because you know Al Sharpton. That's right, Al Sharpton. He's really good at his cooning, though. He is really, really good at his cooning. He's a grade A, top-notch coon. Like at least he's consistent. He don't break character. That boy is committed to the coon. If cooning was he's going down with the ship. If he was cooning, he's going down with the coon. He's going down with the thing. He's playing the last violin as the ship going down on the cooning. Seriously.
Because I think they wanted the race bait instead of trying to find out what happened to Nolan.
Do you know? Hold on, Charles. Do you know whether or not Al Sharpton and those guys had asked to talk to the kids, and the kids refused to talk to them? Do you know?
No, they told me today. They told me that they haven't heard anything from Al Sharpton or anybody that tried to contact them. This is what they told me. Now, they showed me messages where parents had communicated and reached out to Benjamin Crump, his team, and said, we would love to communicate with you guys. Any questions you have, we want to talk to you guys so you can get the context. Also, they messaged Nolan's mother multiple times about communicating and saying, hey, if you need anything, if you want to talk, we can give you the context of what happened. And nobody reached out to these boys. And I saw evidence of this, which is what frustrated me.
This nigga saw all the evidence. Let him tell it. I saw evidence of this. Ain't said, proved, showed one lick of this evidence, but I saw evidence of this. Listen, man, sometimes he been talking forever too. His ass been talking forever. Hold on, did I mess up the jump? Uh-oh, I done messed up the jump. Hold on. Hold on, let me refresh. Hold on, I messed up the jump. Hold on. Gosh darn it. all that,
to say the least.
Thing is that it's facts without context. He was.
It doesn't mean that I'm Nolan being with someone.
So they were best friends. I mean, these kids intentionally, some maybe not intentionally, but they were. It was very detrimental and not conducive.
Officer Tatum.
From the family.
I just want to get back to where
I actually spoke to all the boys. And I'm not asking people to believe or not believe. I just wanted to get people the information. So nobody had heard from the young boys. Nobody had heard their accounts. And a lot of misinformation was put out there, some intentionally, some maybe not intentionally, but it was very detrimental and not conducive for the investigation into Nolan Wells' death. It was punitive. They came out and started with race. It had to be something nefarious because these boys are white for any other reason. So I wanted to go out and hear the full story. And what I deduced from the interview and talking to everybody is that these young boys had nothing to do with what ended up happening to Nolan Wells. And also they were best friends. I mean, these kids had so many pictures, so many text messages of them being closer to Nolan than any other friend group. And also
he even using their words, friend group, than any other friend group. This dude's a talking puppet, man. He is. He's a straight clown. Any other friend group.
The thing that shocked me was that this was an island, not secluded, not an island with 5 or 6 people on it. It was an island where there was thousands of people there, hundreds of boats, and also a lot of people could verify the statements that was made from some of these young men. So
don't y'all find it suspicious and funny that it was thousands of people out there, but you ain't seen none of the pictures circling the internet? None of them. None of them. When I say none of them, you want to know how I know it's none of them? Because niggas would have had collages to their songs. Niggas would have had, it would have been Colombo University out here with them pictures. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? It was thousands of people out there, but no pictures. Y'all don't find that a tad bit suspicious? And listen here, man. Listen here. They're not helping themselves by trying to say that they left him on the island, especially when we heard the tape. But let's act like we didn't hear the tape, y'all. Wait a minute. Let's act like we didn't hear the tape. Then don't it really, really, really sound like it was the setup? Like y'all put Katie in the way to get him on out there. He had some motivation to get out there. Y'all already knew what the deal was, so y'all made sure that y'all came up with a fake little emergency to get on with his phone on the boat, so he'd be stranded, so he could have no communication. Then you can do what you want with him. As long as he ain't got that phone, you can do what you want with him. Obviously, ain't nobody else gonna say nothing. Obviously, all the thousands of the people on the damn island ain't gonna say nothing. This don't make it look better for him. It just make it look like y'all set him up for the get down. Which still mean you had something to do with it. And really, the key piece is that we didn't know. Now we know Katie, the Katie girl. First, y'all didn't know Katie at all. Now you seen Nolan booed up with Katie, and you said, "Oh man, you're crazy." And then you yelled at him to get on the boat, but he could not get on the boat because he was cradling Katie, and that made you mad. Because if y'all didn't leave him, then since y'all was so hopped up on whatever y'all was sniffing, y'all got at the boy on the boat And either y'all gave him the fentanyl piff pack, or y'all gave him the Russian chokeout. That's why they ain't giving up the windpipe and all of that. And if y'all didn't do it, if it didn't happen on the boat, then Katie and them people did it. But somebody did it. That's the bottom line. And okay, all right, okay, listen, wait a minute. I even got the lowest common denominator. I'm thinking outside of all logic. But okay. Nolan was so smashed. He was so drunk from the day because they was drinking, right? It was a hot day. Nolan passes out on the boat, dies. Guess what? They still didn't do what they were supposed to do. You're still guilty. Whatever way you want to make tic-tac-toe, it's tic-tac-toe. And the tic-tac-toe is y'all murked the boy. Whether it's Warren, whether it's Wyatt, whether it's Evan, whether it was at the pool party, whether it was on the boat, whether Katie and them got to him, whether the video was real of him on the island and everybody circling him around in the vicious, whatever. You did it. You did it. Something. It's not on the up and up. It's more on the downy down. For real. Hit in the back of the head, stomped out, hot the fentanyl pack, the choke out, something. Something. Oh, see, there y'all go. You know what we learned earlier. Y'all see them tactics at work right now. Grifters. You guys are grifters. This guy, the guy on the screen is a grifter. He's just a dumbass running his mouth. Hey, Gary, haven't seen you. Deny, attack, reverse. Yep. Just learned that. I'm glad I could put y'all on some game. Deny, attack, reverse. Yep. We see y'all. Little dweebs and Karens. Little busters. What time is it, y'all? Is this shift change yet? Oh, it's coming up to 12 o'clock. Keep your eye out. Because you see a few people died out already. Maybe shift change was 11. Maybe it's like 7 to 11.
You don't know crap, man. You don't know crap.
Here come the devils. Yeah. Come on, let's get through this. This dude is
I really wish that we could have started at a point to say, what happened to Nolan Wells? Let's work together as a community. Let's talk to these young men, talk to other people, and let's find out what happened to Nolan instead of jumping the race.
Officer Tatum, how do you know that it was misinformation that was put out there? How did you come to the conclusion that something was misinformation? Explain that. Is it just according to their account or something else?
No. Initially, I knew it was hogwash because when Al Sharpton and them got on TV, they automatically made an inference to say, well, it was something that had to happen because these kids were white. It was one white kids with one black boy. I mean, that there's no evidence to project that unless you believe every white person is nefarious in their dealings with black people. And so I thought that was suspicious on his face. And then they said that Nolan was the only black kid. He was not the only black kid. Many of his black friends were also at the island with him. So, some of those things that started to come out, I knew that they were not being truthful about what happened.
Charles, your thoughts, your response to what Officer Tatum just said.
I don't necessarily know that the initial statements about Nolan being with some of his white friends is entirely afactual. I also don't know that it is a nefarious statement in as much as these are facts. He was with a number of different white boys or a number of different boys who are white. I think that the problem with what Officer Tatum has just pointed out is that there is an underpinning of race when you're having a conversation about the types of things that happen and have happened to black boys and black people in Mississippi, such that it cannot be summarily dismissed. I did not necessarily jump to any conclusion, but the history of what race relations have been in Mississippi and how we have not necessarily been safe has caused me to take a special look at this case. It doesn't mean that I'm accusing anyone of anything. It doesn't mean that I do not believe in finding the process. But at the same time, I am not going to ignore the facts, which you just pointed out. These are facts. He may have been with other black people, but we have seen the pictures, we have seen the photos. There were a number of people who were gathered out there for the July 4th holiday, but Nolan Wells was with 3 boys who happened to be white. Those are facts.
He was with, but the thing is that it's facts without context. He was with more than just 3 white boys. That's the problem. There was over 20, 30 kids that got on 3 boats and they all went to the island together. They didn't just travel with Nolan and just these 3 boys. Many of the boys that they're accusing, including Warren, wasn't even on the boat with Nolan when Nolan went out to the island. So some of those things were mischaracterizations of what actually happened. And the thing is that I don't think it's fair to say because history has shown in part that white people or black people have had injustices that all of a sudden you project that into a new situation. Black people have done nefarious things to other black people. Does that mean that you automatically jump to saying, oh, black people must be wrong in this situation? Because he had his black friends there too. And why nobody's questioning them? Why nobody's saying, why didn't the black friends rescue him? What did the black kids know about Nolan? And many of them said that they saw him last when the white boys had left at 4:30. So I just think that the race should never be interjected. Nolan's friends told me, and they proved to me that they were really close to him and they were some of his best friends. They said Nolan would have been incredibly upset at the way people are framing his death and going after his friends with no evidence.
Well, here's the thing.
Tatum, hold on, Charles. I would say this to you, Officer Tatum. I get where you're coming from. And by the way, I appreciate the context and I appreciate the reporting on your part because numerous reports that I had read was talking about how he was the only black kid there. He was a black kid with a few white boys. And you articulating that fact is very, very important. I think that's important and fair to point out. But what do you say to folks that will ask this kind of a question? He's on a boat. He's on an island. And according to numerous reports, he talked about staying behind and traveling back with a different set of company. Yet his car keys and his phone was left on a boat that he had traveled to those guys with. So what teenager do you know is saying he's staying someplace, but he's going to leave his car keys and his phone on the boat with the guys that he arrived at the island with. That does seem a bit suspicious, particularly when the guy's mother, Nolan Wells' mother, had to use some app to locate the phone, and it was something that wasn't given back. These are reports. I'm not pretending to know, Officer Tatum. These are what the report said. What do you say to that?
And this is where I feel like Benjamin Crump and them should be sued for them putting out this information without facts. Let me point the facts out. Without context, it sounds bizarre. But when you put it in the context that a lot of people left their phones on the boat that left. Many kids came to get their phone after they left the lake. Nolan was with a girl. It's not shocking that Nolan would have said, hey, man, you guys had to leave, because they had to leave in an emergency situation. It wasn't like they had time to prep and everything. The boat was sinking, so they had to go. And they told Nolan, get on the boat, get on the effing boat, man, let's go. And he like, nah, I'm finna hang out with this girl. I saw evidence of that, and others who had sent messages that I read that said that they asked Nolan to go and he didn't want to go. Now, a lot of people left their phones on the boats because they're sitting in chest deep water, and it's a bunch of people out there. The reception is not very good, so most people did not have their phone with them. Now, the phone and the keys situation, people need to understand the context. Nolan never brought his keys with him because they were on a boat driving 7 miles out to an island. His keys had always been at the residence where his car was. So when the guys go back, they text Nolan's mother. This is where it ticks me off. They showed me a phone call where immediately the first phone call that was made concerning Nolan was Warren called Nolan's mom, and she hung up the phone on him the first time because she didn't know who he was. The second call, he told her, hey, Nolan haven't come back. Do you know, have you heard from him? And then they called the Coast Guard. So his mother was very much aware that they had Nolan's phone. His mother did not have to track the phone through Life 360. His mother didn't come get the phone. Another parent of a black kid who was out there with Nolan came to get her son's phone and Nolan's phone. So why didn't Al Sharpton or any of them ask these boys what happened, have them show evidence, and then present it to the public? And it's because I think they wanted the race bait instead of trying to find out what happened to Nolan.
Do you know hold on, Charles. Do you know whether or not Al Sharpton and those guys had asked to talk to the kids and the kids refused to talk to them? Do you know whether there's any truth to that?
They told me that they haven't heard anything from Al Sharpton or anybody that tried to contact them. This is what they told me. Now, they showed me messages where parents had communicated and reached out to Benjamin Crump, his team, and said, we would love to communicate with you guys. Any questions you have, we want to talk to you guys so you can get the context. Also, they messaged Nolan's mother multiple times about communicating and saying, hey, if you need anything, if you want to talk, we can give you the context of what happened. And nobody reached out to these boys. And I saw evidence of this, which is what frustrated me about this in the first place.
Charles, floor is yours.
So here's the thing, Officer Tatum, we're not going to litigate the facts on here from one side of someone who's had an opportunity to talk to a sample size of people who were involved in this investigation. You and I know just as well that the real issue here is that the people who conducted the investigation, i.e. the Mississippi Sheriff's Department, who've talked to over 60 witnesses in this case, have not yet presented that case or their findings to a grand jury, and they've been extremely tight-lipped with respect to what they have found and what it is that they know. Where I'm going with this is, regardless of who you may have spoke to, who Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton may have spoken to, what information they have had, we are all trying to piece this together. And so it is equally as unfair to present a certain set of facts as if this is the final context of things, when in reality, we don't know. What I will say about the overall situation is that for me, as a civil rights attorney, I am looking at this and I am saying that there needs to be a greater sense of transparency from the Sheriff's Department, because they are the ones who have spoken to most of the parties who have been involved in this case. They've conducted over 60 witness interviews. They've done the toxicology report. They have the autopsy. So these are the people who are truly equipped from an information place to give the public the most accurate picture. So I am not calling what you're putting out misinformation, but what I am saying is that that is just an equally biased and slanted point point of view in the opposite way because it lacks the full context. So because of that, let me finish. It's disingenuous intellectually, number one, to dismiss the notion of race, because that is choosing to ignore the history in America that we have faced. Number two, it's equally disingenuous to play a whataboutism to try and substitute the notion of black on black crime, which is a complete misnomer as to why we should not focus, or at least note, I won't even say focus, at least note the color issues that are at play with respect to what could or might have happened to Nolan Wells. Again, not necessarily being accusatory. And it's just as disingenuous for you to go further and say, well, we must assume, or it seems like Crump and Sharpton and everyone else was projecting the notion of race. That may have been your interpretation, which I cannot necessarily argue with. But it is just as problematic for you to suggest the polar opposite of that when none of us have conducted this full investigation. You have a limited sample size. I have a limited sample size. The public has been wrought with misinformation. So for me, the real issue here is a lack of transparency from the sheriff's office to give the public a complete picture.
Well, let me tell you why I disagree with you fully. As a former police officer, and I was a PIO, I dealt with all of these things. The police department is not an injustice when you say there's a lack of communication or transparency. The police department cannot put this information out there when you still have suspects at large. If they go and release some of this information and show their hands of what they know and don't know, then potential suspects will begin to destroy evidence. They'll start hiding. They'll start cleaning stuff. You don't want to give that information out to the public until you know for a fact that you've been able to communicate with every suspect that's out there. If you start putting out the autopsy prematurely, and it shows blunt force to the head, strangulation to the neck, then the people who have done this are going to make sure they hide the murder weapon. They're going to make sure they get their stories together and say, no, I didn't hit him in the back of the head. You don't want to project those things too prematurely. So there's no issue with transparency. And I'll say this: the reason that I'm talking about Al Sharpton and them is because the first thing that they said was that he was there with white boys, therefore there had to been something. And then it goes back historically. Some of them compared this to the young man.
I've heard very different messages from them when they have said, we cannot assume that this is racist, but we cannot assume that it wasn't. So I'm going to correct you there.
Let me jump in here.
Who's that, Charles? Hold on. Charles, who said that? Who said that?
Literally during his eulogy, Al Sharpton said, we cannot assume that this was racist, and he said, we can also not assume that it wasn't.
Take your time. Take your time. Hold on, guys, take your time. Ain't nothing getting edited out. Don't worry about it. Trust me. All of it is, I'm not editing a damn thing. Go ahead, Officer Tatum, the floor is yours.
Well, let me interject. When you are looking for justice for your child in a criminal case, meaning that somebody committed a crime against your child, why do you go out and get a civil rights attorney? These Benjamin Crump and them are known for going after these cases specifically in injustices against black people.
Let me try first.
Okay, go ahead.
No, that's fair. No, that's fair, Charles. Go ahead.
I'm a former prosecutor. I'm a civil rights attorney. Please understand how these things work. At the end of the day, when you're talking about quote unquote justice, the first reason why you get someone like Benjamin Crump is because he's a person who has experience with wrongful death lawsuits.
Black people.
So it's not about black people. No,
it is. Benjamin don't represent white people.
Please talk about that is completely false. That is completely false.
When was the last case he represented where he supported white people?
I'm not here to do your research for you.
No, you're the one saying it. I'm telling you it didn't happen.
But Benjamin Crump has a long-standing career of supporting people of all races and ethnicities when it comes to the violation of their civil rights.
Give me one.
As well as personal injury. So please let me answer your question.
Go ahead.
The reason why you get a civil rights attorney is because, number one, Benjamin Crump has extensive experience when it comes to wrongful death suits. Number two, in this situation, it is possible that there may be an element that Nolan Wells' civil rights were violated and that something may have happened to him because of his color, which is why you get a civil rights attorney. which
Yeah.
is why you get
Color.
a civil rights attorney. And so that is the answer to your question.
It's about
As
color.
a former prosecutor, you let the police and the sheriff's office deal with the notion of criminality because that
let
is
me
one
chime in
thing
here.
that Benjamin Crump can't do anything about. But
Well,
when it comes
let's
to the
say this.
civil
Let's say
suit,
this, brother. Can I
that's
jump in
why
here?
you go get someone like Benjamin Crump. That's
Why
the answer.
wouldn't
Brandon.
the kids get
Jump
civil rights? Like, for instance, people were saying, why did these kids lawyer up? Well, first of all, many of them didn't even have a lawyer. They went and talked to investigators and did a lie detector test equivalent with no lawyers. Okay, so but anyway, wouldn't you think it would be weird if these kids went out and got a civil rights attorney?
Hold on, wait a minute. Is this nigga just pulling stuff out his butt crack? I ain't hear nothing about no lie detector test. He just lying.
You get a civil rights attorney. And so that is the answer to your question.
It's about
As
color.
a former prosecutor, you let the police and the sheriff's office deal with the notion of criminality because that
let
is
me
one
chime in
thing
here.
that Benjamin Crump can't do anything about. But
Well,
when it comes
let's
to the
say this.
civil
Let's say
suit,
this, brother. Can I jump in
that's why
here?
you go get someone like Benjamin Crump. That's
Why
the answer.
wouldn't the kids get civil rights? Like, for instance, people were saying, why did these kids lawyer up? Well, first of all, many of them didn't even have a lawyer. They went and talked to investigators and did a lie detector test equivalent with no lawyers. Okay, so but anyway, wouldn't you think it would be weird if these kids went out and got a civil rights attorney?
Can somebody explain to me what's the equivalent to a lie detector test if it ain't a lie detector test? Could somebody explain that to me? The devil is in the details. Did you hear what he said? He said they took a lie detector test equivalent. Does anybody know what that is? I know I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, okay? What is an equivalent lie detector test? Just off the top real quick. I know we can Google it. But I'm just trying to see something real quick. What's equivalent to a lie detector test? What's that? Trying to sound smart? What is that? Yeah, he getting cooked. When you hear what he just said, you don't think that's a cookable offense? What the hell is a lie detector test equivalent? I never heard of that. I've never heard those words uttered. Why is it today that I'm hearing, and yesterday, I ain't never heard nobody say they cradled nobody. I guess I don't read romance novels, okay? So I ain't never heard nobody talking about they was cradled or in regular conversation. And this nigga said, a lie detector test equivalent? Boy, he making up shit. Your boy's just making up. He just making up stuff, man.
Why would they have a civil rights attorney? They're not being accused of anything.
They are being accused. They are being accused.
Who's accused them?
They accused.
Who has accused them?
Al Sharpton. Benjamin Crump.
Show me where Al Sharpton has accused them of something.
All right, they said this is what they said.
Suspicious. Show
This
me
is what
where
they said. No. They said they put these boys' pictures out on the internet and said he went out, and they framed it as he went out just with them. And something happened, and we know something happened, and why they hiding phones and doing all this? He's accusing them before any evidence is presented.
What is he talking about? Tatum is a real biatch. If there was a description of biatch in the dictionary, Cuz is definitely up there. He is biatch, booch, bach, bazooka botch. This thing is ridiculous, man. This is really hard to get through.
That's not an accusation. That is an
accusation. But
it's a statement of suspicion. That is not an accusation.
Charles, hold on. Charles, let me chime in here. A statement of suspicion, some people would say, is an accusation. I understand from the legal, literal sense what you're saying. But talking amongst ourselves right now, when you say a statement of suspicion is not an accusation, that's not how people interpret a statement of suspicion. When you make a statement of suspicion, you're making an accusation. I mean, can we at least concede that, Charles?
What I will say in response to that, Stephen A, is to whatever extent there may have been statements of suspicion that were interpreted in that manner given early on, I think the record has been clear leading up to and during Nolan Wells' funeral that A, we don't know what happened, B, we won't rule anything out, and C, with respect to ruling anything out or not ruling anything out, we are not saying that this absolutely happened, but we are not saying that we are resting until we get answers.
Can I show you where this becomes biased?
Officer Tatum, let me come at you with this. What's wrong? There's a kid now. Okay, granted, you did your homework. You went out there and you actually talked to several of his friends. Props to you for that. But the bottom line is, this kid Nolan Wells is dead, and he was the only one that was dead. What's wrong with, again, in the state of Mississippi? Not just with white boys. There were some dudes there as well. But he had other people there. He was the one that did not come home alive. Again, without an official accusation. What's wrong with having your suspicions raised and saying, listen, we need some damn answers. Something ain't right. He was a healthy young 18-year-old and he didn't come home alive. How'd that happen? What's wrong with that?
Now, if they had context and all the information, and then they led with that, I would have no problem with it. But let me tell you this right now, Stephen A. Smith and Charles, I'm telling you right now, if a white boy was on an island with his black friends, all black, and some white folks put on a camera that something must be suspicious because the one white boy is with all these black dudes, and something may have happened. We know that people covering it up and everything because these kids black. Man, we'd be pissed off on that. Ain't no way in the world I'd accept somebody saying, you gonna blame these black boys for doing something to this kid just because they black? That's insane. And that's what happened in this situation.
If a white boy had been on that boat with 3 black boys, we would have seen a very different.
Where's your evidence? Give me a case.
History.
No history. You say history can tell us everything.
We would have seen please let me finish my statement. We would have seen a very different.
Give me an example
of the Central Park, the exonerated 5.
Well, first of all, 5 of them didn't go to prison. It was Central Park 5. Only 4 of them went to prison.
It was actually 6 of them, and 5 of them went to prison. And I'm not.
And let me tell you how they went to prison.
I'm not going to quibble with you.
You won't give context.
One at a time, guys. One at a time. One at a time.
You asked for an example. I'm not going to quibble with you and say, well, they're called the exonerated 5 and only 4 went to. I'm not going to do that. The exonerated 5. You wanted an example. I gave you an example.
That's not an equivalent example.
And there are other examples throughout history, starting with Emmett Till and going throughout
Are you comparing this to Emmett Till?
You asked me.
No. Are you saying that this is equivalent to Emmett Till?
You asked me for an example.
So you're saying that it's equivalent?
Where if reversed?
Okay. I'm gonna let you finish.
I'm telling you. I'm giving you examples. What I'm telling you is that if the situation were reversed, we would have seen a very different investigation from law enforcement from the actual outset. Outset.
Let me interject.
We as a people, when it comes as a former prosecutor, because here's the thing: you're a former police officer, and that's fine. But when it comes to after arrests are made and how prosecutions are going, that's my space. That's my lane. So I'm going to speak from my lane. And what I can tell you is we do not typically enjoy the benefit of the doubt when it comes to probable cause.
That's not true.
I'm telling you as a former prosecutor, I'm not going to tell you what it's like to be
arrest people and I deal with prosecutors.
I'm not going to tell
you what it is. I have to interview with the prosecutors every time there's an arrest. And we have to go to trial.
Well, he's not saying that you don't know. Hold on. He's not saying that you don't know Officer Tatum. What he's saying is from his perspective as a prosecutor, this is what he's bringing up. Now, I granted, I don't blame Officer Tatum. I don't blame Officer Tatum for bringing up, when, acting incredulous when he says you would say Emmett Till. That's 1955. Al Sharpton brought up Medgar Evers at the funeral. That's 1963. So if Officer Tatum's going to look at it and say, that's what you're bringing up, I get where he's coming from in terms of the distance between then and now. But I also get where you're coming from, Charles Coleman Jr., when you highlight, listen, from an historical perspective, we're talking about, we've seen things like this before, and those are just names that we know. There's a plethora of names that we may not have known that have transpired throughout history that have suffered some of these maladies, and we get that part too. Go ahead, Officer Tatum, floor is yours.
But what I'm saying is that you cannot project that. It's unfair to project that. You can have it in your subconscious that there has been things that have been done wrong, but you got to treat these things fairly. You cannot go out and project that somehow the sheriff is a racist and he's not going to do right by these boys. That's not right. Let the investigation ensue. And then if you see impropriety in the investigation, then you can project that. But listen, they interviewed you just said they interviewed 60 people. They interviewed all these boys the day of. Like, what did they do wrong? They did an autopsy.
Officer Tatum, respectfully, what about those who would say the same or would ask the same question about you? Are you being fair? Because just like you have people out there that are elevating their level of suspicion and jumping to some sort of conclusion attached to guilt as it pertains to the death of Nolan Wells, you're coming across as somebody who's assuming these individuals that were in attendance with him were innocent because of your conversations with them, as opposed to not getting the full context the way Charles Coleman Jr. just highlighted.
No, yeah, I accept people saying that, but let me tell you that I saw proof. I'm not just taking somebody's account for it. And I'm not saying that nobody didn't kill Nolan. I'm telling you the people that they put out on the internet and said these white boys were the only ones with him, and they're getting death threats. While I was out there, somebody sent the suspicious package to one of the boys' houses. They showing up at these boys' houses saying that they killed them. Go look on the internet and look at any these videos. They got the boy pictures up there saying they had something to do with his death. They're claiming they deleting text messages. All of this stuff is incredibly ridiculous. When I went out and I said, show me the proof then. Not just what you say, show me the proof. And these kids are showing proof. Their lawyers are showing proof that they had nothing to do with this. They have a Life 360 just like Nolan did. Their Life 360 showed that they were not on the island, or at least, the young man that I interviewed, he wasn't even on the island. I saw his Life 360. So, I mean, these kids, they shouldn't have done these boys like this. They should let the investigation go and then make their accusations.
So you're highlighting specifically, you're not even saying, like you just said, you're not even saying that Nolan Wells, that some vile act, that he wasn't murdered. You're saying that these boys, those are the ones that are being unfairly scrutinized and villainized by this whole ordeal. That's what you're saying, Officer Tatum. Is that accurate?
Yes, Stephen A. There were black kids there who now getting threats online too for coming out and saying something. But nobody's saying, what did these black kids have anything to do with it? The young girl he was kicking it with, they don't have her name out there. Her name is Katie, but I'm not gonna say her full name. I don't want her to get doxxed. They not why nobody talking about her? She said she was the last one. I mean, she at least mentioned that she was with him. The boy showed me text messages from her that she's saying that she was with him. Like, why ain't nobody coming at her?
I've seen, and see, this is where it gets dangerous, right? The importance in this moment is to focus on the integrity of the overall process. And when I say the overall process, I'm referring to the investigation, because I knew that the girl's name was Katie. I don't know her last name, and I knew it because there were people who I was seeing in the comment sections that I had on videos that I had done updating people about the case, who were asking the same questions that you have. People,
but Benjamin Crump isn't.
Please. So here's the thing, which is why when you're trying to, and at the end of the day, listen, you don't know what Benjamin Crump is doing as far as investigating a case. The same way that you talked about, as with an investigation, there are certain things that you don't reveal. You don't know what that team of lawyers are doing with respect to trying to ascertain the facts. When it comes to, did they answer you or did they not answer you?
Well, they answered us on the last one and refused to respond to us. I mean, they refused to engage with us.
They don't owe you that.
Well, which is fine. Well, don't act like you're trying to get to the bottom of something.
So again,
don't act like you're trying to get to the bottom of something.
Don't do the thing to them that you are accusing other people of
He
doing.
said
Don't
he's
make
trying to get to the bottom of it.
Don't make assumptions that
I'm not
for
assuming.
them, no, you are. You're like, well, they're not doing this, and they're trying to make
They
this
not
about
reaching
this.
out to the
So on and so
boys.
forth. They have not spoken to you.
They haven't spoken to the boys either.
Charles, in fairness, at least answer this question.
Thank you so much.
If indeed it's to be found out that there's been no attempt by whether it's Sharpton or Benjamin Crump or anybody else to reach out to the actual boys who were supposed to be in attendance with Nolan Wells, as Officer Tatum just highlighted, do you feel that that's the right path that they should be taking if they're raising suspicions, calling for a more thorough and open investigation, etc., and they haven't made personal attempts to reach out to these young men themselves? Do you think that that would be the right thing to do?
I can't think.
To ask Officer Tatum's question.
Sure, I can't imagine that legal team would look to bring a lawsuit without having attempted to at least try to get some investigative answers from these boys. Now, when in this process they do it is a different question, because at the end of the day, the more information you have, the more informed questions you can ask. And the chances are you're not going to get multiple bites at that apple. So from a strategic place, what I can tell you is that, yes, I would fully expect that at some point they would endeavor to reach out to these boys, but it may not be this point because they may be waiting for additional information so that they can actually ask better questions. They're not going to get multiple chances to do it. So when you do it, you want to make sure that you're doing it the best way you can. And the only way to do that is to have the information that you need in order to ask the best questions.
Charles, they drugged these boys through the mother freaking mud. They put their faces online. Benjamin Crump shared this video or this picture of them in a swimming pool. That happened. That event was a week before July 4th. He didn't do no due diligence to check with anybody before he started putting this stuff out there. Then what he do is he go, I had people saying that the argument was Nolan Wells asking for his phone back. He didn't talk to Tristan, who I interviewed. Tracestin said on NBC, that was me, or ABC, that was me. That was not Nolan. But Benjamin Crump still to this day haven't came out and said, we found out that it was another young man. He pushed this stuff on these boys and they getting death threats. That stuff is not right. Benjamin should be more responsible. But the reason
I'm not here to talk about Nolan Wells' lawyer. I'm here to talk about why Nolan Wells is dead.
But let's get to this conversation. Let's get to the phones. Go ahead. The phones getting deleted. Because Al Sharpton came out there and said the mama had to go and search the phone down with GPS and Life 360. No, she didn't. The boys showed text messages, or the parents showed text messages of them communicating with his mom. She refused. And then they go and say they deleted. The boys say, the boys told me it could be not true or not. I don't know. They got to figure it out. They go, we didn't touch his phone. His phone went from the boat to the car with everybody else's phone, and when they came to get the phone, we got the phone out of the car and gave it to another young man's mom who came to get the other young man's phone. They said, we don't know Nolan's password. How are we getting his phone and delete anything? Now, why is them not coming on TV and saying there was no password or they had to get through his phone?
Let me ask you this question. Based on your investigation, I'm asking you this. I'm thinking of any parent that loses their child wants to get to the bottom of it. They don't care if the villain is white, black, or whatever. Their child is dead. They want the culprit. So when you see Al Sharpton eulogizing and announcing that there's a $100,000 reward, when you see that Tyler Perry agreed to pay for the funeral and put up half of the reward, when you see guys like Spike Lee and Terrell Owens in attendance, and Terrell Owens, I think, dedicated $25,000, if I remember correctly, according to the reports that I've read, and you see Benjamin Crump in attendance, and you're talking about civil rights lawyers being in attendance, like you just pointed out. My question to you, Officer Tatum, and Charles, you can follow up based on the answer that he provides. My question to you is, Why do you think the parents decided to go that route, Officer Tatum, based on your investigation in terms of allowing all of those folks to be so intimately involved in this situation? What are your thoughts about that? What comes to your mind, particularly based on your investigation, talking to the actual parties supposedly involved?
There's two thoughts that come to my mind. One is that Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crump are manipulating this family's trauma in order for them to make a crap ton of money. That's one. The second one is the parents trying to.
Is he not doing the same thing? That's like the pot calling the kettle black. This guy is so hypocritical. I swear I've been trying to let this go through without touching it, man. And I mean, it's just BS on top of BS. It's like a triple BS sandwich, this guy. What the hell?
The actual parties supposedly involved.
There's two thoughts that come to my mind. One is that Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crump are manipulating this family's trauma in order for them to make a crap ton of money. That's one. The second one is the parents trying to cash in on this because, and this is the reason why I say this. Why did Nolan Wells' mama say, I don't know these kids? These boys showed me pictures and video and text of them staying over his house, or at least the young boy Tristan, staying over his house multiple times. She went to school with one of the other boys' mama, graduated high school with her. They showed me the yearbook. Why is she saying this? Why? Al Sharpton don't know this boy. Why is he eulogizing him at his funeral? Ain't never met Nolan a day in his life. You know, why are they saying we're going to give $100,000 to...
Why are you hating so bad? Like Al Sharpton can't... He trying to tell people what they can do at their son's funeral and all of that? This boy done really adopted the white people, like the audacity, the entitlement. Like he is embodying all of that right now. This is amazing work right here. He is really dedicated to this character.
Somebody who give us information to lead to an arrest. What if Nolan drowned? They don't care about him drowning. You know, and then also, why we don't do this for any other young men who have lost their lives at the hands of other people other than...
What the... Oh, what about black on black crime? What about Chicago?
This sapsucker, this guy is the worst, man. Like, this is so cringy. It's really hard not to jump. He just said so much stuff I want to jump in there and chop down. I'm just letting it go. I'm letting it go. I'm trying, y'all. I swear I'm trying.
White people.
Why we coming together? The actual parties supposedly involved.
There's two thoughts that come to my mind. One is that Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crump are manipulating this family's trauma in order for them to make a crap ton of money. That's one. The second one is the parents trying to cash in on this because, and this is the reason why I say this. Why did Nolan Wells' mama say, I don't know these kids? These boys showed me pictures and video and text of them staying over his house, or at least the young boy Tristan, staying over his house multiple times. She went to school with one of the other boys' mama, graduated high school with her. They showed me the yearbook. Why is she saying this? Why? Al Sharpton don't know this boy. Why is he eulogizing him at his funeral? Ain't never met Nolan a day in his life. You know, why are they saying we're going to give $100,000 to somebody who give us information to lead to an arrest? What if Nolan drowned? They don't care about him drowning. You know, and then also, why we don't do this for any other young men who have lost their lives at the hands of other people other than white people? Why we coming together?
Charles, I'm going to give you the floor, Charles. Charles, I'm going to give you the floor in a second. But Officer Tatum, it's one thing I want to make sure that I give you an opportunity to clarify, because it's one thing to feel what you feel about Benjamin Crump, Reverend Al Sharpton, etc. It's another thing entirely to lump the parents who just lost their child. But
I know it's sensitive.
Talking about they're trying to profit.
I know
it's
sensitive.
You sure you want to say that? Is what I'm saying. You sure you want to say that?
Let me be clear about this. You asked me what my thoughts were. I didn't say that was facts. I just said these are my thoughts based on a few factors, right?
Okay.
There ain't no reason for Al Sharpton to be doing that boy's eulogy when Al never knew him.
That's not even your call or your business
But
to make.
what I'm saying is that if I die, my daddy, if I die,
that's you. Respect the choices that family made.
Let him speak.
If I get killed,
that family had a choice.
Why?
And who it is that? Why is that? They don't have to answer to you. That's not.
They
even
don't.
business.
But I have an opinion.
That's that family.
Okay.
I don't even understand who that family chose to eulogize their fallen son.
What is
any of your business to have any commentary about?
Well, you can't tell me that because it don't seem normal. It don't seem normal to me.
Anyone they wanted to.
It don't seem normal. It don't seem normal to me for a man that don't even preach sermons to do a eulogy for a boy that he didn't know.
Okay, we're going off the rails, guys. Time. We're going off the rails. We're going off the rails because Charles, I know you got.
And just mind you, this is the guy that Nolan's friends chose to go do an interview with. I want y'all just know that.
To get ready to go. We're running out of time. So I'm just going to give this last question to the both of y'all. Officer Tatum, I'm going to give you the word, and then Charles Coleman, I'm going to give you the last word. What are your expectations of what is going to come of this when all is said and done, based on the evidence that we know? Charles, Officer Tatum, I'll go with you first. Charles, I'll give you the last word.
And I'll try to make this succinct. I think we're going to find that the law enforcement agency did a fair investigation, that they did things right all the way through the process, and that none of this will lead to any of what Al Sharpton them said it was and alluded that it was, and they will get to the bottom of what happened to Nolan, and it will be clean, it will be professional, and it will be the same result without the interference with activists and people out here hoodwinking. I think that they're going to find out what happened to Nolan, and it's not going to be Al Sharpton, it's not going to be Benjamin Crump. It's going to be the law enforcement agencies that go out and do this stuff every single day, that does an investigation, that's going to be forensically looked through the cell phone, that's going to interview 60 people and find out what happened to Nolan. And they're going to be able to say, was it somebody that did something nefarious to Nolan? They're going to be prosecuted. If Nolan drowned, they're going to let the family know he drowned. That's going to be the totality of this investigation, which didn't have nothing to do with this race stuff and had nothing to do with these activists coming out and making money on the death of another black boy.
Charles, I'll give you the last word because I know you got to go.
Super weird.
Sure. Thank you, Stephen A. I don't necessarily know what will come of the case. I am and continue to be invested in the integrity of the process. Number one, so that it sets a precedent of getting to the facts and having objective information disseminated to the public in a way that's honest, truthful, and transparent. What I will say is that it's disappointing to sit and listen to Brandon talk about the same type of aspersions being cast on Benjamin Crump, on Al Sharpton, in the same way that they are advocating for answers for Nolan Wells, that he has railed against the same type of characterizations going in reverse. A split mirror image of the type of vitriol that you are decrying against the survivors in this instance being spewed at Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton. And I don't necessarily think that gets us anywhere, and it's not productive when you're talking about getting to the bottom of this and understanding what actually happened to Nolan Wells. So for me, I hope that the dialogue can be more tempered, where we're not trying to characterize people in either direction, but we're trying to insist on getting to the bottom of things and looking for the facts.
Spirited discussion, that's what it's all about. Two opposite points of view, but I appreciate both of y'all time. I know y'all got a lot more to say, but I know, Charles, at least in your case, you got to get on out of here. Officer Tatum, I could tell you chomping at the bit. I got a lot more to say. You know you're always welcome back on the show. I really appreciate both of y'all taking time out of your busy schedule.
All right, y'all. Is we reviewing the interviews? Which one we doing? We doing Warren or we doing the homeboy? Straight through. No stop. What we doing? Y'all, I'm gonna let y'all say. 1, we do Warren. 2, we do the other dude. Which one? Because I know y'all want to do it. And while y'all voting real quick, I'm gonna play this extended little phone joint. I'm gonna play this extended phone joint because I ain't forgot about the phone joint. There was a little bit more on that phone that we didn't get to. The extended phone joint. The extended cow. You understand? We ain't get to that. Hey, man, it's over 1,000 people up in here, man. Get them likes up, and y'all need to subscribe, man. That's where it go down at. It's over 1,000 people up in here. I'm getting every people saying Warren. Y'all want to see the Warren joint? Yeah, there's a little bit extended on this phone call. Hold on, before we get to that, I just want y'all to know. There's a little extension on this here phone call. I didn't get to that. Hold on now. Let me lace your boots up real quick. On the lace up side of the game. We got any people in here that watch 5150? Anybody in here be watching 5150? Because I definitely got that from Corey Holcomb. Side of the game, on the side of the game. Who watched 5150? I ain't watched it in a minute because I've been busy. But who watched 5150? Real quick. I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see if we all in the same little hemisphere when it comes to, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see something. Let me see. How do you subscribe? You click on my face, and then you go to the channel and you subscribe there. We got it. We got any 5150 Nation in here? Big Smoke say he 5150. You watch it at times, JG? Yeah, okay. All right, Robert in here. 5150. $51.50 sounds like a black show. If you know, you know. You a buster. That's your problem. So you should have just shut up and let us tell you about it. Now I'm not finna say nothing about it. All right, we finna go ahead and pop on this. Let's go ahead and do the Warren then, and then we'll do the other one right after. We'll do the Warren first because the other one's a little longer. We'll do the Warren first, and then we'll do the other one right after, real quick, on the real quick side of the game. On the quick side. Is that what we doing? Y'all riding? Y'all riding with me? All right, give me a few seconds. Hold on real quick. Let me go ahead. Let me get on in now. We gonna start from number one. We gonna start it from the get-go. We gonna start it from the giddy. From the giddy up. There we go. Here, y'all ready?
Mine. But the world haven't had a chance yet to hear your story, to hear Nolan's story through you, through his friend. And it's not just you. it's a bunch of y'all, but you know, some of the other guys were afraid because of the threats and the violence that's been threatened against their lives and all of the above. But you decided that you wanted to take this bold step and give a statement and, you know, get your side out here. And I want to start at the very beginning of all of this and ask you, what was your relationship like with Nolan? Who was he to you?
Nolan, I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I mean, Nolan was not just a best friend of me, but he was a brother. I grew up through elementary, middle school, high school, and even our freshman year of college. You know, we talked on the phone all the time. We were really close friends. And I mean, Nolan was like a brother to me. And Nolan lit up every room he walked in. He always had a smile on his face. He always had something good to say. I've never seen Nolan get in an argument with somebody and say bad things about someone. You know, there's a lot of people that talk crap nowadays, and Nolan was never that person. Sweetest soul ever. And I mean, I had a great relationship with Nolan. I've never got in an argument with Nolan. We were super close, and I've never said or will ever have anything bad to say about Nolan Wells.
Yeah, and you guys, you said you kind of grew up together.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know his mom, or how was that? Because I saw in the media where it appears that she may have said, at least I saw in part, that she said as if she didn't know any of you guys.
Right. Well, Nolan, a lot of the times was at like my house and at my buddy's house. We never went to Nolan's house and hung out. I mean, and my friend group's very, very tight knit. I mean, we hang out every day when we're back home from school. In high school, we hung out most weekdays and every day on the weekend. And I mean, we were never at Nolan's house, which, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But I met his father, and I mean, in 8th grade, that's when Nolan and I like got really close. It was COVID year, and we were in class all year long together, me and a couple of my buddies, and Nolan and I just got super tight because we'd get a Waffle House once a week together, eat, and I mean, we were just super, super close. But his dad would swing by Waffle House, you know, and like, you know, hang out around us, but never. You know, I was never around Nolan's parents a lot, but I mean, that didn't change our relationship any. Nolan and I were still just as close, and he was just as close with my friends as, you know, anyone else. So,
and walk me through the day, 4th of July, where you guys were all going out.
Right.
This seems like something that I would assume that may have occurred more than just this year.
Yeah, of course.
Was it something that you guys did more than just this year? This is a 2-part question. I want to know, is it something that you guys typically did together? Did you hang out often in this fashion? And then I want you to then walk me through 4th of July this year when the incident happened.
Okay. You know, being from the Gulf Coast, there's boating and fishing is very, very popular. The 4th of July, every year, my friends and I, or my family and I, are out on the water. I mean, that's the one day is guaranteed everybody's going out. And that's a known thing. Everybody's trying to get a ride out to Horn Island, or, you know, people go to Ship Island, but most of everybody from Ocean Springs and the Gulf Coast go to Horn Island. And, you know, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year, and he was, I mean, this was a common thing. My friends go on the boat when we're home. Very, very common. That's what we like to do. My friends like to fish also, and like to go on the boat, not just fishing, but like to go on the boat, like to go on sunset cruises, like to do it all, you know, on the water, you know? And, I mean, Nolan loved to do that too. I mean, he was not like he was just like everyone else in our friend group. He loved to go on the water and, you know, have a good time with the guys. And, that's what we did a lot. But 4th of July, everybody was out there. Like I said, like Nolan was always trying to go on the boat, trying to go out there with us. And he was always welcome to come. Nolan was always out there with us. And, but started 4th of July, you know, my buddies and I had talked about this week's upcoming, you know, everybody's very, very excited for the 4th of July from down here. Like it's a big thing.
It's a big deal.
Very, very big deal. And, I mean, I actually stayed with Nolan that night at my buddy's house, and I woke up at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food. Nolan was not with me. And, I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck, and well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back, and the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went, and with my buddy, and we went, topped the boat off, loaded it down with ice, and just got everything ready. Then Wyatt went and put his smaller boat in the water, which is the Palm Beach. He's an 18-foot Palm Beach, and I drove the boat from Fort Bayou Boat Launch to my buddy's grandparents' house, and that's where we all planned to meet up that day. And
you say we all, who are you talking about? You, Nolan, and how many people are going to meet you guys there?
We had roughly 20 to 30 people coming on 3 separate boats with us. And so we were all following each other out there as one big group. You know, it wasn't just me and Nolan and a couple other of my buddies. There was 20 or 30 people spread out where we all met at the dock before, and then we departed to go to Horn Island. It wasn't just a couple of us. I mean, there were so many people, we had to split up between 3 boats, and we all left and all got there at the same time.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's clear, because the statements that are out there made it appear that it was just you, Nolan, and probably 2 or 3 other guys, and y'all are the only ones that went out to this island.
And that's completely incorrect. I mean, Horn Island on the 4th of July is the most popular day to be on the water on, you know, throughout the entire Gulf Coast. I mean, everybody and their mom is on the water on 4th of July, you know. There's no telling. I mean, roughly probably 2 to 3, maybe even 4,000 people out there. There were boats lined up off the island. I mean, there was 3 rows of boats all the way until my vision ended, until I could see of people there was 1 row of boats, and then there was another row of boats, and then there was a 3rd row of boats.
Yeah.
I mean, there was people lined up all up and down the island to where, I mean, who knows? I mean, and that wasn't just, we were parked on the north side, on the west tip. It wasn't just there. I mean, there's tons of people packed out on the south side and on the east end and in the middle of the island. But just where we were, I mean, there was easily 1,000 people. It wasn't just us.
Let's go back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back to you guys at the dock, getting on the boat. You're saying there's multiple people, probably 20 or 30 people getting on 3 boats.
Right.
What boat were you on, and what boat was Nolan on?
Nolan was on Wyatt's 22 Triton. On the way out, I went with my buddy Bart, because we had a lot of friends from college coming down, and I called Bart that morning. I was like, "Hey man, can you take your boat out?" And he was like, "Yeah, well, my dad's decided not to go, and I'll take the boat, and I'll take you and your friends." Of course, I mean, he's a buddy of mine. And so Bart pulled up at the dock, and I mean, I rode out there with Bart and a lot of the girls that go to college with my friends and I, and Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. There was like 8 people on the Triton, and then there was 8 or 9 people on the Triton, and then there was the rest of the group, which was ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people on my buddy's tide line, which is 24 tide line.
And so you guys get on, and I know a little bit more than the audience do, because we went out there a little earlier, because I wanted to see exactly what the drive was like, what the dock was like, how far it is out there.
Of course.
But I want you to tell, you know, the audience, like, what was this trip like? You know, how was the waters? You know, did you guys do anything in between the time you rode and the time you get to the island? Was there music? Is it like a big party? Like, what is that?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously music's blasting. It's 4th of July, man. I mean, you know how, I mean, everybody's really excited. And I mean, we had a lot of people loaded down. So obviously our biggest, you know, we're just trying to make sure everybody, you know, gets out there safe. And so, I mean, on the way out there, it was pretty calm. I think it was blowing like 3 or 4 knots. I mean, the waters were clear. It was a great day to be on the water. Sunshine, not cloudy at all. And I mean, it was a great day to be out there on 4th of July. And so, I mean, we followed each other out, and I mean, it was calm. It was calm. On the way back, it was a little more rough, but it was not anything all my buddies' boats couldn't handle, or like, it wasn't like we were getting really beat up or anything. I mean, it was pretty calm.
And so you guys get out there. I'm assuming that you line the boats up, because I'm envisioning the picture of getting out there and there's hundreds of boats. Mm-hmm. There's thousands of people. Yeah. So it wasn't just you guys on a deserted island with
of course not
a few people. This is thousands of people out there.
Right.
And there's a lot of people doing what? What does it look like when you first pull up?
I pull up, and we pulled up at 10:30. I mean, it wasn't, early afternoon. I mean, it wasn't, but 10:30 is, it's still pretty early in the day. And when we got there was already 3 rows of boats lined up all the way, like I said, until I could see. And
when you say all you can see, you're speaking about miles of boat. When we went out there earlier, not earlier today, but when we went out there, the island is massive.
Correct.
I mean, it's just several miles long.
Roughly 10 to 12 miles. I mean, it's...
So do you think that the boats were stretching from one end to the next, or just a small area of about a mile or less than a mile of boats?
Well, I think there was boats all the way around the entire island, but I think some spots were more popular than others. Like the West Tip is usually very, very crowded on the 4th of July, and everybody knows that. So that's where a lot of people park, because they want to be around other people. And the East End's a little more, there's not as many people, but there's still a lot of boats out there. I mean, it's not like every area of Horn Island was covered, 100%.
Wow. So you get out there, y'all jump out. What do? When I say jump out, you're obviously not just sitting on the boat. The island is there. Like, what exactly are people doing there? Like, are you spending more time in the water, on the island, in the boat? Like, how is that look out there?
I mean, everybody, as soon as you get there, there's people on boats, grabbing drinks and, food, whatever else. Everybody is fully prepared for the 4th of July. They bring, all the drinks and food that they need, because, they've been preparing for 4th for a little while now. But when we got there, I helped my buddies tie the boats up, because the tie line was right here, the Palm Beach was in the middle, and then the Triton was on the outer side. And there was about a drop off from where the bow was. If you jumped off the bow, you were probably about neck deep in water. But if you got off the stern, you were probably waist deep in water. But when we got there, we tied up, got, bow and rear anchor set, and we tied up all the boats, made sure they were good, and everyone just got on the water. And then eventually, next thing you know, it's our group. And then, next thing you know, there's 50 other people around us. And then it just grew and grew as the day came on. And, that's just how it was. Everybody's drinking, it's 4th of July. Everyone's just trying to enjoy themselves. And, it's a big party, basically. Big party.
Yeah. So y'all pretty much having a good time. Just like anybody would imagine, 18-year-olds, probably 20-year-olds, college students.
Right.
Out on the island, women, you probably had alcohol. So y'all having a good time.
Yeah, of course.
And so where's Nolan in this? You guys out there, the friend groups are out there, 3 boats full of people that came out there that seem to be the closest friend group.
Right.
Where's Nolan in this in comparison to where you and others are at?
Well, I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies. In a group, I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out, because there's so many people out there. I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody my age, and even people older than us were, over there. It was just a regular thing. We're all used to this. We've been out to the islands before. My buddies don't just go out to the island on 4th of July, but they go out, every weekend. I fish the islands. I don't just, fish around Horn Island. I fish around Ship Island too. So I'm very familiar with the islands, and I feel like it was just a big, I talked to Nolan, and, Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations, and, Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James, Nolan. And I could tell you, I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day. There was hundreds of people I knew out there. So,
yeah. And Nolan said something interesting. You told me about this. Something he said to you, I would say would be indicative of y'all's friendship.
Right.
And then he also mentioned something to you about that particular day and what it meant to him.
Right.
And could you share that?
Right. Yeah. So Nolan and my buddy Javon are talking, and I grew up with Nolan, and Nolan's just like I said, like just so joyful, like always happy. Like every picture I have with Nolan or picture I have of Nolan, he's smiling. I mean, like he's always happy. If I always need like a shed of light, I'm calling Nolan, and Nolan and I laugh and joke a lot. Like that's how our friend group is. We're really jokingly laugh. No one takes anything that serious. We enjoy our time together. I mean, there's never any awkwardness within our friend group. We're very, very tight. So if I ever need to get something off my chest or talk to anybody, I'm talking to all my friends. I'm not just talking to like specifically anybody. I would go out, like even if I'm having issues with something, I go talk to my group chat, and my guys are there to, give me a hand anytime I need it. And all my guys are, all my buddies are the same exact way. Nolan was the same exact way. If you ever need something, I'm here, man. Like that's how he was. So.
And then you guys get ready to leave prematurely.
Right.
And like explain that, because you guys got there around 10.
Yeah.
It's now 4:30.
Right.
People are still out there partying and
Correct.
they're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So.
All right, come on. We're going to go straight to part deuce. We're just going to keep it rolling. You know what I mean? We're just going to go straight to the twosie.
All right, we're from where they docked the boat at all the way out to Horn Island and back. The boys are going to explain to me exactly what went on, how many people were there, how many boats were taken out, which I think the world is going to be completely dumbfounded when they realize what the truth really is, because the lies have been pervasive. So we're right here where Nolan left on the boat, and you'll find out how many people were there, how many boats, and then we're going to take that same path out. I'm going to go look at Horn Island and see exactly where they could have been to get a perspective that the media don't even care to try to do. And then we're going to take the trek back, and we're going to find out exactly what happened to Nolan. This is the reason why I'm here, man. I want you guys to have a voice. I want you guys to be able to speak out and show what the truth really is, and then let the world decide. I just don't want you guys to end up in a situation where your story never gets heard. Right here is where Nolan and probably 20 other kids got on the boat. So it's not just Nolan and 3 other kids. That was a lie. That was a myth. I'm going to prove that. Right here is where the kids were docking, and we're going to show you a video that coincided. I'm going to walk at the exact angle that the video is being broadcast from, so you know that I'm exactly where I say I am. But the boys were here. Tons of people you'll see on the video is getting onto the boat, and they took 3 boats out. It wasn't just one. It wasn't just Nolan and 4 boys. It was a multitude of people on several different boats. And some of the boys that they're accusing wasn't even on the boat that Nolan was on. But let me show you from the vantage point where I have the video to prove that I'm here where I say I am. And so right now, here's the angle that you're going to see on the footage. It's just from probably that boat to, maybe about 30, 40 feet here to the right. And this is where the video is showing how many people were actually out there, actually getting on the boats. So therefore it debunks very clearly that it was only Nolan and 4 boys going out here to Horn Island. Sorry about the sunglasses. It's very bright out here, and I never wear sunglasses, but we're at Horn Island in almost the exact same position where the boys were, where Nolan was. So if you look out right here, just so you guys can get a perspective, you have the Horn Island here, but I want you guys to put this in your mind what this was like on that day. You have boats 2, 3, 4 deep, from way down there where you can see all the way through here. You have thousands of people on this island, probably 2,000 people. So this wasn't some abandoned, secluded island where nobody's at. Obviously, this is a Monday, and there's a few people on the backside of the island, not a lot of people here. But on 4th of July, this is a celebration. And so this wasn't a small place where 4 boys took their black friend and dropped him off and never seen him again. This place was flooded with people. Tons of people, multiple boats, multiple friend groups. I mean, everybody's here having a good time. And then the boat gets towed out because it was getting ready to sink. And so, and for what I was told, they told Nolan, get on the boat, man, get on the boat, get on the freaking boat. And he decided, because he's an adult, that he was gonna stay behind. And all the boys that they've been accusing, and they saying it had something to do with his death, they were all gone at 4:30. They were all gone. And they told Nolan to get on the boat, he didn't. And then there was a report of somebody seeing Nolan around 6:30-ish. And so for them to come out and claim these lies, won't take the time to come to Horn Island, won't take the trip out here to figure out what happened, won't talk to anybody, pushing an agenda is wrong. And that's the reason why I came out here. I wanted to see for myself, what did this look like? What could have happened? You know, does the stories line up based on what I've seen and what I've heard from people that live here that were involved in this situation? This is where the lie started. People were putting out on social media, knowing that they're lying, that this is what it was like on a day that Nolan and his friends came out here to Horn Island. And if it was 4 or 5 people and they came out here and Nolan was with them and maybe it was a few people out here like it is today and Nolan came up missing, then maybe it would be suspicious. But they didn't take the time to give context to the people because they're evil and they're liars. So if it was like that right now, when the situation happened, I can see how people had a concern. But you got to replay this moment with thousands of people here. If anything would have happened directly involving Nolan and his friends, you can't tell me that thousands of people wouldn't have seen anything happen. And so that's pretty much why I want to come here and show you guys. This is what they want you to believe it was like on that day, which is a lie. They want you to believe they came to a secluded island, just 4 of them, and then Nolan is left behind, and then his body's washed up on shore, and nobody knows what happened. Nobody could have seen what happened but the boys. It's a flat out lie. You want to say, you want people to know about this whole experience?
Yeah, I mean, if someone's not from here, it's kind of hard to understand, you know, where the island drops off and how the island works. But, you know, there's plenty of people out here, especially on the 4th of July, you know, this is where people come out to celebrate. And I mean, if you film the water, you can see right here, Brandon, where it drops off. I mean, you can see literally where it drops off. So, I mean, it goes from about waist deep water right there to neck deep. And then it drops from neck deep all the way to like 17, 20 foot. I mean, we weren't even a quarter mile out the island and when we were leaving, and I mean, it was 30 foot of water.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're walking towards the east right now, but if you walk down to the west, that's where the west tip of the island is, and that's where the current picks up very, very bad.
People talk about the phone situation. I want to, because the way you articulate it, I just walked in the water with my pants, they're wet, and you can tell right away that if you're hanging out in the water, it doesn't appear, in my opinion, that you would have your phone on you. Is that typical for people to have their phones, or?
No, I mean, people come out here, especially on the 4th and, you know, Memorial Day, like, you know, days like that, they come out here to celebrate, and people get on the water to be off their phones, first off. Second off, if I'm sitting waist deep in water, and all my friends are, everybody's leaving their phone on a boat, in a lake, you know, if you're sitting on a pond, and no one's getting out of the water with their phone in their hand, unless, you know, it's to take a quick picture. But most of the pictures taken on the 4th of July were on the boat.
Yeah.
I mean, and, you know, salt water, if you drop your phone in salt water, most of the time you're not going to get it back. Yeah. I mean, you know, especially the water's murky right now because there's been a lot of rain. You can't see, the visibility isn't good. The water isn't clear like it was last year around this time. And, you know, like, no one has their phone, though, usually. I mean, unless you're crazy, I'm not walking around with my phone in my hand. They've been walking around Horn Island, you know.
How many people left the phone on the boat? Was it just his phone when y'all left, or did other people have phones on the boat?
Absolutely not. Like, there was at least, well, I rode out here on a different boat, like I told you, and I grabbed my phone when I left the Palm Beach to get on the boat with Triton. To get on the boat with Wyatt because we were having, boat issues. And when I got on the boat, there was phones everywhere on the console. Everywhere. There was everybody's phone that was sitting around the boat was on the console. Like, we had phones that we didn't even know whose they were, you know, and people just leave their phone, especially when people are drinking and, they're not in the right state of mind. A lot of people are like, oh, I'll just leave my phone and I'll get it later, and that's the way it is around here. You don't take your phone and walk around the island. There's plenty of phones on the boat and, spread out between the 3 boats that we had. And we had 20 plus people spread between our 3 boats. So of course, everybody's phone was on the boat. I never saw someone in the water that day sitting with their phone in their hand, scrolling on anything or even taking pictures in the water. Yeah, someone might hop out the boat. A lot of girls like to take pictures, in the water. And so do guys, but, girls want to take pictures in the water. Half a second, you might hop out the boat and be like, oh, I'm snapping this picture of myself or of someone else. But as soon as I get back in the boat, I'm putting my phone up and I'm getting back in the water and I'm hanging out with my friends.
Yeah, that's just common sense, man. And describe to me what the day was like. I saw a video online. How hectic was it out here? Right now it's barren. There's not a lot of people out here. Right. But clearly that's not what it was on the 4th of July. So, how dense was it with people here?
Well, you look at all the videos, that are spread out online, and a lot of them, you can't believe what you see all the time online. You know that better than anybody. But, there was boats lined up all the way down the island. And there was rows. There was a first row, there's a second row. We were in the 3rd row where it drops off. And then there was even boats in front of us. And this went all the way down towards the east end of the island. And then there was people on the east tip. And we're on the north side now, but there was people on the south side too, lined up all the way down. And if you talk to anybody on the coast about this, they know that. Yeah. 4th of July, this is the hot spot. This is where people want to be. This is where people want to come out, hang out with their family and friends. And
people say that you guys just left Nolan behind. I've seen reports of people saying that you just left him. I see reports of people saying that you asked him to get on the boat. You told him to get on the boat, he didn't. What's the truth in that?
Well, Wyatt was having boat issues and the bilge wouldn't pump. So the bilge is basically a pump that releases water from your boat when water comes in. So I opened the back hatch and there's water up to the batteries. And that is obviously not good. There's water almost coming over the transom, which is where your motors sit and which is by the stern, like in the back part of the boat. So obviously we were in emergency. The boat, we're trying to save the boat. It's not like we didn't ask Nolan or we just left Nolan. Nolan decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with. And the girl is a witness to that too.
Yeah. I'm glad you cleared that up because I think it's important for people to have the context of what it was on that day, what happened, what didn't happen. And the beauty of all of this is that you guys have evidence to prove that
of course
you asked Nolan to come on and different things like that. So but anyway, man, I appreciate you giving me a rundown of kind of what it was like on that day.
Right.
And hopefully people can understand what the truth is and make their own decision on facts.
Right. Based off people, there's not a lot of people that are from the Mississippi Gulf Coast that don't understand Horn Island and don't understand the way boating works. And, boating is a tight-knit community. I like to fish a lot and, there's, everybody, a lot of people know a lot of people. Everybody knows everybody. I know a lot of fishermen on the Gulf Coast. They know me and my buddies because we like to go in the water all the time. That's what we do in the summer. And, a lot of people from the Gulf Coast know the truth behind, you don't take your phone out the boat. The little facts. It's a difficult subject. This Horn Island's like 11 miles long, not to be exact, but around 11 miles long. It's not like this is a sliver of an island. It's a quarter mile. It's like a sandbar. No, this goes on to, even if we came around this corner right here, Brandon, we couldn't even see the end of the island.
Oh, really?
It is that long.
Really?
Yeah,
I thought that was the end right there.
No. It goes all the way down there and
goes all the way down there, the boat, the boat.
Get ready to leave prematurely.
Right.
And explain that because you guys got there around 10.
Yeah.
It's now 4:30.
Right.
People are still out there partying and they're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So I had a girl come up to me and say, "Hey, your brother just got in a fight." And obviously I have a younger brother, and that's who she was talking about. And I was freaked out. So I walked over to the beach, and I didn't walk over. I ran over. I made a beeline. I didn't talk to anybody. Put my drink down and walked over there. And my brother was kind of angry, and there was a lot going on. But someone was getting pulled away. I don't know who it was. And my brother was like, "Oh, I just got in a fight, and this guy punched me in the face," and I punched him right back. And then went to the ground, and my brother put him in an arm bar. And
was Nolan involved in any of this?
Absolutely not. When I was over there was a bunch of younger guys like my brother's age. And I mean, Nolan, I never saw Nolan over there. Yeah. Absolutely not. And, okay, sorry. I just lost my train of thought.
So you get ready to go. There's an issue with the boat.
Okay, yeah.
And this is what
this led up to that. That's what I was saying.
So the fight happened with your brother, or a little scuffle. I'm assuming that it was cleared up.
Right.
You got your brother out of that situation, and then how did you find out that this boat is sinking?
Well, I walk back over, and we're probably around each other for a little bit. I mean, I wasn't thinking anything of it. I told my brother, I pulled my brother off the beach, and I was just like, "Listen, get in the water, hang out with us, calm down." I mean, he was calm, but I didn't want anything else to happen, And so once I got back over to the boat, I got on the Triton, and the Triton had probably about 6 inches of water up to the transom. And I was freaked out because I'm good friends with Wyatt, and that was his boat. And, no water's coming out, no access water's coming out. And it was a big issue because I think the reason was because there were so many people getting on and off the boat. And at some point, the boat was very, very crowded, and there was just a lot of people on. So that it drags water in. And eventually, I think over time, we were out there for a couple hours. The boat just started filling up with water. So I popped the starboard side hatch, and the battery was completely underwater. And so the motor wouldn't trim down. I mean, my buddy would go to trim it down from the console, and it'd trim down, and then it'd come right back up. And so Wyatt's trying to throw a rear anchor, so we're caught, and he's, yelling at people. Everybody's kind of freaking out. And eventually I'm yelling at other people, trying to tell them, calm down. The boat could possibly sink, and I'm not paying attention to everyone around me. I was paying attention to my buddy's boat. And that's what all my other friends that were on that boat were doing, trying to solve the problem.
So you're on the boat now. The water is getting up to the point where the boat may be disabled to where you couldn't get it out from Horn Island. So what happens after that?
Wyatt jumps to the water, tries to throw a rear anchor, and my buddy Meyer, you're sitting, looking, trying to pull trash out the bilge. And the bilge is basically a pump that pulls the water, the access water out the boat. So the bilge was failing to work. So any excess water was just sitting in the boat. It wasn't getting pumped out. And I looked over the gunnel, and I looked at the release hole for the bilge, and it was even with the water. So, I mean, we're all freaking out. All of our, we're not focused on anything else other than the boat. Well, then eventually my buddy Bart on the tide line is like, "I'm going to pull y'all out to where we're out of all this, all this chaos." Because we left at 4:30, and there were still just as many people there, if not more, than when we got there. I mean, probably around the same amount. I mean, it was crazy. There was a lot of people. And, eventually Bart pulls us out. We left at 4:30, but we really weren't pulled out away from everybody. We were probably about a quarter mile out, and we had the towing strap pulled from, Bart's port side cleat or starboard side cleat, and he was on our starboard side bow. And so it was rubbing on his power pole. So Bart turned around, pulled up next to our boat, and we were just trying to get it situated. So that's when Wyatt called Cito. And Wyatt was like, calls him, because the cell service isn't great at the island, but once you can use your phone, but stuff might not just send, and it's not great. You got maybe one bar, and it won't work that well. But once you get a little off the island, you have cell coverage, and even on the island, like I called my mom when we were on the island. It was fine. Like we had enough cell coverage to make a phone call or shoot a text over, but you don't have enough cell coverage to like send a picture, for example. So why?
So I want to go back.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I want to touch on that real quick because the phone thing came up at some point. And so was it when you guys got off the boat?
Yeah.
I mean, were people taking their phones off the boat, or is that not typical? Because I know that Nolan's phone was left on the boat,
right?
Even though after you guys had left. So can you explain that? Because I think people need to understand this a little clearer.
Yeah.
Was it typical for people to have their phones left on boats, or did they keep their phones in the water? Or?
Yeah. I mean, everybody kind of goes out to the island to get away from, their phones and everything else. I know I got on the boat to get away from, just the regular world. And no, when you're waist deep in water, no one's carrying their phone in their hand. Especially at Horn Island, the water has been very, very murky because of the rain. And when it's just very risky. If you're gonna have your phone in the water, some people might for a couple minutes and like maybe taking some pictures of each other. I know a lot of girls like to take pictures in the water at Horn Island. Guys do too. Like people like to take pictures, and but a lot of the pictures you see are on the boat for a reason. And so, no, I mean, if someone is on their phone in the water, they're using it real quick and then putting it right back on the boat. We were all waist deep in water. No one's sitting there scrolling on their phone. I never saw that once, and I've never seen that once. And I've been out the Highland my whole life. I mean, that's just not something people do. People aren't on their phones, and everybody has their phone, yes, but it's always on the boat. No one's getting off the boat with their phone. So.
And so you guys get ready to leave out of there, getting towed out.
Yeah.
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, Nolan was, the last time I saw Nolan was 3:00. And Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms, Katie, Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head laughing, and I was like, dude, you crazy. I was like just joking with him. And, but anyway, Nolan, that was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously, no one is getting left at the island that came with us unless they demanded to, be there and asked, this is a very common thing at Horn Island. When you're out there, a lot of people ride out there with someone and in with somebody else all the time. I've done that 100 times. It's a very common thing, but Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues. And like, no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And like he said,
how many people heard that? Were there
at least
just a
5
few, or?
I mean, everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. I mean, a lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, I mean, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there, or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling
correct
for Nolan to get on. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah, and so you guys get in the boat, you start to get towed in, and you make it back. Now explain how did you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan? Because obviously you said, hey, Nolan, y'all need to, or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
You guys had made mention Nolan need to get on a boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house, or you guys like what happened there? And then when did you feel like, well, wait a minute, where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic. I mean, Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat, because if the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in. I don't want to sink out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But my buddy Wyatt jumped out and pulled the plug on the boat once we kind of got out there, because he got the motor to trim down. And the motor trimmed down, my buddy Wyatt pulled the plug, and we planed off. We moved all the weight to the front of the boat so we could plane off. And eventually we planed off, and the boat was running. So when you're planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou, and we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water, and Wyatt, the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat. So then after that, we went and docked it, and I went back to my buddy's house, and we ate and, napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the island, so, we were all tired. And eventually we go over to a girlfriend of mine. She was having people over for 4th of July. We were doing fireworks and stuff. So we all went over there to swim and, hang out. And
this infamous picture that I've seen online of Nolan in the water in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Where is this picture associated with? Because you said you guys went back to swim. Nolan wasn't with you.
Yeah.
So where is this picture at?
Right.
What's the context around that picture that's been floating?
That picture is taken on June 27th, a week before the 4th of July. We all went to a friend of ours in Pass Christian. We have a lot of friends from Bay St. Louis, Pass Christian. And we all went over there to hang out, and
And Nolan was in that picture?
Nolan was in that picture. And if you look in the picture, my arm is around Nolan in that picture, And I mean, that was a week before the 4th of July. So that picture is not associated within even the same. I mean, that was a week before. So, yeah.
So you guys are now at swimming and having a good time at a lady friend's house.
Right. I never got to the pool. I talked to her dad for a while. And I mean, all my friends were downstairs. I went upstairs, talked to her dad. We were talking about boats and stuff. And, I've been with my friends all day. I was just talking to everybody. But
so you talked to the young lady's dad, and then how long was it before you realized, or you guys realized that, well, where's Nolan at?
I mean, I went back downstairs, and all my friends were just hanging out, and my buddy Wyatt had addressed, talking about Nolan, and I was like, well, where is Nolan? Have y'all heard from him? And he was like, no, we haven't. And I was like, okay, well, it's a little concerning. I mean, I'm not freaking out or anything, but I'm trying to find out where Nolan is. So I texted Javon, and I was like, hey, and also a couple other buddies that I had at the island. I was like, hey, have y'all seen Nolan? Did he ride in with y'all? And all the buddies were like, no. Well, I texted Javon, and I was like, hey, can you send me Miss Christine's number? Because I haven't heard from Nolan. And if she hasn't heard from Nolan, then I'm calling the Coast Guard. And so eventually, Javon sends me her number.
Who is her? That's
Miss Christine.
Miss Christine is
Nolan's mom.
Nolan's mom.
Yeah. And I walked down to the dock because, I mean, there was a lot of people at Ava. It's not a lot, but, you know, there was probably 15 of our friends there. And I was just like, walked down to the dock with a couple of my buddies, and I got on the phone I called Miss Christine, called her the first time. She didn't answer. I called her a second time, and I got on the phone with her, and I asked her if she had heard from Nolan. She said no. And I said, all right, well, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. And this was at about 11 o'clock.
So what's your intent in calling the Coast Guard, right? Because right now, Nolan could be with a chick. He could be with somebody else.
Right.
He could have gone back with somebody else. What made you concerned enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore? You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, I mean, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens. People die all the time. I know people that have died out there. And, you know, it's a fun place to be, but it's also a very, very dangerous place to be if you're not handling it right. And Nolan, so I hadn't heard from him. And obviously, I'm thinking I'd way rather be safe than sorry. I mean, I would rather call the Coast Guard 100 times and lose my mind over it and my buddy be okay than, you know, not, and me not know where he is and him not be okay. And so I called the Coast Guard and I talked to them on the phone for like 20 minutes, gave him a description, what Nolan was wearing, the last place we were at, the last time I saw him, who we were with, what boat we were on, the conditions of the water, just a summary. And I called Miss Christine back after and I talked to her and I said, I got in contact with the Coast Guard. I'm not sure who she called or, what she did, but I think she said she was going to make a couple phone calls to either DMR or Jackson County Sheriff's Office. And I was thinking worst case scenario. I would way rather be safe than sorry about this,
Yeah, so you called. So it seems like you called mom immediately.
Right.
Probably the first phone call that she got from anybody.
That's the first phone call, at least I made. And I would assume that's the first phone call she got from anybody because Javon hadn't called her. And, there's nothing wrong with that, but Javon hadn't called her. And, I was just worried about my friend. Stuff happens out there, boat problems, it could be anything. But, there's a lot of stuff that happens out there, and I was just worried about my friend.
And so you guys made that call, nothing that night. And I'm assuming you wake up the next day, and then what happens?
I wake up the next day at about 7:30, and my dad had texted me because obviously Nolan's photo was all over Facebook, and I just saw it everywhere, and I was freaked out because I was like, oh my gosh, I assumed Nolan's just we had been drinking all day and that he's just sleeping somewhere and that he's okay, but I didn't want to believe that if we didn't know for sure. So next day I woke up and my stepdad walked to my room and he said, hey, have they heard anything about Nolan? What's going on? Because I hadn't spoke to him, and he was like, I was like, yeah, no, I don't know. I had just gotten up, and he was like, all right, well, we're going and getting on the boat and looking for him. And I was like, okay, yeah. So I got my buddy Ricky, I got my buddy Brooks, I got my buddy Jax. My mom came on the boat with my stepdad and I, and we all went out there and looked. When I got out there was dozens of DMR boats, helicopters, planes flying over Horn Island. And this wasn't just Horn Island. There was also Ship Island they were looking at, I'm sure, and Chandelier Island, Petty Boy. It wasn't just Horn Island specifically, but where I was at Horn, there were boats everywhere, and not just random boats, but marine resource boats and, cops and, the whole nine. It wasn't there was just a couple boats looking for Nolan. There was planes and helicopters and, everybody. So.
And then after this, obviously they didn't find Nolan that day.
Right.
And so what was your reaction like when you heard the news, or how did you hear the news that they found Nolan's body?
Well, the next day, it got to be about 1 o'clock on July 5th. And I was my mind started to turn. I was like, man, if he's not awake yet, where is he? I got very, very worried. And, I was with my buddy Brooks the next day, and we're driving, and my buddies were texting my group chat. They were like, hey, listen, and I got a phone call from my buddy Tracestin, and he was like, hey, man, they just found his body. And I was like, I wanted to have hope, but it was really, really hard to have hope when they haven't found your buddy in the last 2 days. And, but there's still a little bit of hope there, you know, like maybe, you know, he's not gone and maybe, you know, he's okay. But my reaction was just, I was with my buddy Brooks and I broke down. I mean, I haven't experienced death a lot, but especially with someone I'm as close with as Nolan. And I mean, I broke down and I sat there on my buddy Brooks' shoulder and I cried. And I was upset. I made a couple phone calls to my buddies and checked up on my buddies because, you know, I care about my buddies too. I mean, like we're all experienced this. Like we all realized at the same time. We all heard the news at the same time. Like, you know, he's gone. And so it was really, really hard on me. I mean, I've never experienced something like this, and it was traumatic. I mean, I could tell you where and when I was there, when I got that phone call, you know, where I was. And I just remember, like, it was insane. Like, I can't even put into words how upset I was, you know, and how upset my friends were. So.
And then comes the stories and the backlash and, and the craziness. I mean, you guys are now hearing that you're responsible for it. You did it. You killed Nolan. So what was the next step? Did you guys ever engage with police or?
Yeah. So the first time I talked to the police was July 7th. I talked to the lead investigator and I told him my whole story, top to bottom, dotted every I, crossed every T. I told him everything I knew, every little detail. I mean, everything I could, you know, tell them to try to figure something out, you know.
Well, you don't want to talk to the cops or
no, of course
some
not.
Other guys do?
You know, every person that was included, especially, you know, the guys that you see on social media, everybody cooperated with the police fully. You know, Nolan was with us on the way out and he rode out on the boats with us. So, I mean, we were the first people to get questioned. I mean, we cooperated with the police the first time they called us and, you know, we talked to them, you know, as soon as they needed and we were fully cooperative.
And we see Benjamin Crump coming to town, made it about race.
Right.
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race or, because I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. When I say may not, it's no evidence that you were involved at all. Right. You guys had left. Right. But do you think that there's a racial component to any of this?
Of course not. I mean, I think if Nolan ever felt the most little bit uncomfortable around us, which we never gave him a reason to, but if he did, he wouldn't hang out around us. But if you go look on, you know, like my friends have had Nolan posted all over our social medias, you know, since freshman year in high school. Like, if Nolan ever felt uncomfortable with us, why would he be hanging out with us all the time? I mean, every day we're back from college, we hang out and we're around each other all the time. So absolutely not. I would never look at Nolan any other way than I would any of my other friends. I mean, he was like a brother to me.
You guys had been interviewed by law enforcement. All of you guys have given statements. But then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages. When did that occur and what happened there?
While I was looking for this other video, y'all, hold on. We got the other part. We just might as well go ahead and slide on into that.
Had been interviewed by law enforcement. All of you guys have given statements. But then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages, how the cell phone was retrieved. And I just want you to tell your side of this, because what we're getting from the media is that they literally had to I don't know, coerce you guys into giving it back. You didn't know where it was at. You were hesitant to give the phone over. Almost as they had to turn your wrist or twist your arm just to give it back.
Right.
Well, what happened with the cell phone thing? So let's go back to the first engagement you had when it comes to the family or somebody coming back to get the cell phone and keys. When did that occur, and what happened there?
Okay, well, that night, about 12:30, I went back to my buddy's house.
And you said the night of the 4th?
The night of the 4th, but it was about 12:30, I would like to say. And so I went back to my buddy's house. So I stayed the night before, where we all met up, and stayed together the night before. And my buddy got a call from this guy, and the guy was like, oh, what's going on with all this Nolan stuff? Very aggravated. I mean, yeah, every right to be, but I mean, we were trying to calm him down, and he was just like, oh, where y'all at? My buddy said, we're at my buddy's house, and he said, all right, and then he just hung up. And so about 30 minutes later, I'd like to say, all of a sudden the door just got open and slammed, and there was a girl who walked in, and probably about 8 or 9 guys behind her, and then another mom, which was Javon's mom. And
who's Javon? I want to put that in perspective. Who is Javon?
Javon is one of Nolan's good friends. He's a friend of mine too, great guy. And his mom and their family is, very close with, the Wells family. And I mean, so I don't know why she was there, what was going on, but I was very surprised by this. I was like, you just basically kicked the door open and, busted up in the house with no knock or anything.
So is Javon black or white?
Javon's mixed. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I guess he's mixed.
Yeah.
So, but he's not white.
He's not white.
Just white.
Yeah.
Or all white, I guess you might call it.
Yeah.
So then they come in the house. Do you know any of these people? You
I know some of the guys.
the mom, but do you know anybody else?
I've seen the mom before, and I know most of them. Most of the guys went to high school with me, and I'm friends with some of the guys. I mean, I know some of them. So eventually, things started to get heated, and I was just a guy I was friends with in high school. He was like, "Man, come outside with me," and I was like, "All right." And I walked outside with him. And he was like, "Man, I don't know why." They're panicking, and this is just I think Nolan's just on somebody's couch. He's been drinking all day. He's just messed up, and this is nothing that we have to worry about. As much as I sat there and I told him, I was like, I agree. I would think, he's on somebody's couch, just had been drinking all day and just, drank too much and was super intoxicated. And, that's kind of what a lot of us thought, but they were kind of losing it and they were going crazy. And the mom that was with them demanded Nolan's phone, because Nolan left the phone on the boat. And when we ran in, Nolan didn't ask for his phone, and his keys were not on the boat because his car was parked at my buddy's house where we had all slept, the night before the 4th. And so the keys were left at the house because Nolan's car was at my buddy's house where we stayed at. So of course he left his keys there. But his phone, I mean, he was drinking. He didn't have his phone in the water because no one did. And I mean, there was more than just Nolan's phone that wasn't on the boat with us.
So it was more than just Nolan's phone that was on the boat?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously had all our phones, but on the boat. But those weren't the only people. Nolan wasn't the only person that left a phone on the boat. There was a lot of people that left phones on the boat, not that didn't ride out or in with us. So I mean, there was a couple phones that we had that we didn't know who they belonged to, and my buddy's got that figured out, But it wasn't just Nolan's phone that was on the boat that who wasn't there. There was a lot of phones.
So when they barged in, they started getting frantic. The mom asked for Nolan's phone.
Right.
Was there a struggle over it, or did you guys hand it over?
I mean, just handed it over. I mean, we didn't think anything of it. She asked for Nolan's phone. We knew they were close friends with, the Wells family, and my buddy went out to his truck and handed the phone over. No complications, no issue, nothing. But I mean, I told Miss Christine that we had his phone and he had left it in our possession on the boat.
When did you? Miss Christine is Nolan's mom.
Correct.
When did you talk to her about that?
When I was on, no, I didn't talk to her once. Like it was like 12:30. I mean, I might have texted her a couple times and talked briefly about a couple things, but I never. I told her on the phone before I called the Coast Guard that we had Nolan's phone. Before I called Miss Christine, I asked, I was like, oh, well, where's his location at? Because Nolan has his Snapchat location on for me. And he said, it's, Wyatt said it's, in my truck. Like, because everybody who left stuff on the boat, it was Wyatt's boat, so Wyatt put it in his truck, it's normal. And so the phone was in possession in Wyatt's truck. And when that mom came over and asked for it, there was no issue at all with us giving the phone to her. I mean, Nolan just left it on the boat. We handed the phone to her that night of the 4th of July.
And did you guys go through the phone or?
Of course not. I mean, none of us had a reason to go through Nolan's phone. I mean, there's multiple phones on the boat. Why would it be? And the boat was having issues. Why would our concern be getting on Nolan's phone or something? I mean, I don't even know Nolan's password. None of my friends do. We had no reason ever to get on Nolan's phone and look at anything. I didn't even touch Nolan's phone. None of us touched Nolan's phone until somebody took it off the boat and put it in Wyatt's truck, and then no one touched it until we handed it back, to the mom that was at my buddy's house.
Was that the only phone that she picked up, or was it other people's phone that they came and got? Or
that I know of, I think that was the only one that she had. But I'm not completely sure. I think that's the only one that she took Nolan's. That's it.
And so we're on the 4th, where the night, probably going into the morning of the 5th, this happens. Then the dad comes back at some point to get the keys.
Right.
What happened there? When was this and what happened?
Well, my buddy Brooks drove me and dropped me off at my house, and I woke up to a text the next morning that Miss Christina texted me, and she said, hey, Nolan's dad's there, is there at my buddy's house to pick up the keys. And, I didn't think anything of it. I told her that I was praying for her, and, that we were out there and we were, doing everything that we could to help out.
And when he came to pick the keys up, was there a confrontation or? Because I could have sworn I saw on the news that when he came to pick the keys up, it was almost like an altercation because you guys didn't want to give the keys over, or you said you didn't know where the keys were at?
I mean, no, absolutely not. I mean, I wasn't there, but from what my friend told me, they just had to look for Nolan's keys. It's not like, why would we be hiding Nolan's keys? There's no reason to hide anything. This is our friend. We have nothing to hide. I mean, we were trying to do everything that we could to help out.
All right. So I want to be clear with this one thing, because I know you mentioned before that you have no reason to touch the phone. Obviously you didn't touch the phone.
Right.
But is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
Absolutely not. I mean, like I said, there was no reason for us to get on Nolan's phone. No one touched Nolan's phone, but if none of us had touched Nolan's phone, then, there's no reason for anything to be deleted. I mean, no one even was in contact with his phone until it was moved from the boat to the truck. And none of us have access to Nolan's password to get on his phone and delete anything. Absolutely not. And we have no reason to delete anything. I mean, there's nothing to hide here. I mean, we have had no reason to delete anything, and we never did.
All right, so I have something I want to make sure that we're clear about, because you had mentioned earlier that you saw Nolan cradling Katie.
Right.
Her name is Katie.
Yeah, Katie.
I just want you to explain, what does that mean? Some people in their mind, they may think he's cradling like a baby.
Yeah.
Like what is that scenario look like?
He was. I mean, Nolan was off. The last time I saw him, like I said, I was off the bow of the boat, and like I said earlier, if you had jumped off the bow of the boat, you were probably about chest or neck deep in water. So Nolan wasn't like carrying her out the water. She's sitting in the water, and Nolan's arms are under the water, and he's carrying her from under the water. But her head's still out of the water, Nolan's head's still out of the water, and I was looking at both of them. So. Oh,
so he's kind of like holding her.
Right.
Kind of like,
in the water, though.
Like we grown, right? There's two people in the water. They feeling each other.
Right.
Like meaning feeling they like each other.
Right.
And
that was obvious.
He's a little more close to her, and they're kind of having a moment.
Correct.
Not saying and not insinuating that it's sexual, but
no, of course not.
They're together. They like each other. You looking at him, you like, bro, you crazy. Because
Yeah.
you know that he like her and he's
Yeah.
hanging out with her.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Exactly.
That makes sense. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan? And then when was the last time that someone reported to you that Nolan was seen? If
Okay.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
like
yeah, of
you
course.
saw him at a certain point, but then someone else saw him a lot later when you guys were gone.
Right. Okay. So the last time I personally laid eyes on Nolan was at like 3:00, and he was, in front of the boat with the girl, and that's the last time I saw him. But there were, I've talked to somebody personally that saw Nolan at 6:00, and someone, we weren't even the last people to see Nolan. Once we left, there was still dozens on dozens of boats around us. And I mean, clearly we were not the last people to see Nolan.
So Warren, I'm going to ask you some very pointed questions. I mean, just straight out.
Okay.
I didn't come down here to, do anything other but to get the truth
Right.
and for you to have a voice in this.
Right.
And the first thing I want to ask you is, did you kill Nolan?
Of course not.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Of course not. And absolutely not.
They say that you guys deleted stuff out of his phone. Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone?
No, of course not.
The mom act like, or at least she portrayed on television, and the rumors are that you weren't really good friends with Nolan. Is that true or not?
Absolutely not. I hung out with Nolan probably like 3 days a week. I mean, seriously, at least. Some days my friends want to hang out every single day, and Nolan was always there. So,
and obviously people may see this and know the facts later,
right,
that you weren't able to go to the funeral or the memorial service.
Right.
Why didn't you go? What was that?
Well, I mean, with everything going on social media right now, and with people saying the crazy things that they're saying, I would never want to take the attention off of Nolan and his family. They don't deserve that. And, for own personal reasons, I mean, I've gotten thousands of death threats. My family's got thousands of death threats. And, for my own safety, I'm not going to put my own health and safety at risk. It breaks my heart that I can't go, and it hurt me more than anything. Because, obviously I want to say my last goodbyes to one of my best friends. But, I mean, if I'm getting thousands of death threats with people saying they're going to kill me and do crazy things to my family and I couldn't bring myself to go because, I got to put my own safety first. And even if that means, missing my friend's funeral, I mean, it's horrible, and I wish I could have been there, but that's what's been going on,
And, you guys, and I think this is the first time that you've publicly gave a statement about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And obviously you're doing it with me. We're going to put it out there for the world. Why did you choose to do it now? And why did you choose to not speak to anybody but me?
Right. Okay. Well, Officer Tatum, I've been watching you for a good while now. And, I think you're a great guy. You've kind of, ever since things got really hot, you've kind of been on my friends and I's side. And I really like that about you. I mean, I thought you were very confident and well-spoken, and I really enjoyed that. And all my friends and I watch you. We all think you're great. We love your faith with the Lord. We try to be closer and closer with the Lord every day. And so did Nolan, and, that we just really liked the way you spoke about us and how you took our side, not based off someone's agenda and, based off of race. Cause I mean, that's a horrible thing,
Was this about race? Did this have anything to do with race as far as from your perspective?
Absolutely not. I mean, Nolan's been a great friend of mine since 8th grade. Nolan isn't my only friend of color. And, I have plenty of friends through high school and friends I have now, not just Nolan, who are Black, Mexican. I've never looked at that, and none of my friends ever have. And if you do, that's disgusting,
And if you had a chance to, tell the world that have painted this picture of you and your friends as being potential murderers of Nolan, white supremacists, racists, what would you want the world to know if you can summarize to them in a very short paragraph or a few sentences?
Yeah.
What would you want to say to them if you had the opportunity?
I would want to say to them that my family and I are praying for y'all. You know, I can never bring myself to tell somebody that I'm going to kill them, and that I'm going to, you know, like I've received, and my family's received, absolutely horrible threats about this. And, you know, I want people to know that our faith with the Lord is stronger and means more to us than anything. And we all trust in the Lord, and for the Lord to reveal the truth. And I know that's what will happen because I have faith and my family has faith. But I want people to know that I'm praying for them. And if they want to speak hate and speak, you know, these horrible things, and I mean, you're obviously not in the right state of mind, and you need to work on yourself. It's a horrible thing, and, you know, but race was never a thing between Nolan and I and my friends. I mean, I have friends in my friend group that are Mexican and, you know, mixed, black. I mean, that's never mattered.
Thanks for the Jews.
I think it's just absolutely disgusting that people try to make this narrative out of something that it's absolutely not, first off, and out of something that they have zero facts about. Jackson County hasn't released any facts. There haven't been any facts about this case other than that, you know, just timelines and, you know, stuff like that. But it's horrible that people have made this out to be something that it's absolutely not. And it's disgusting in my opinion.
Was Nolan the only black person on that island?
Absolutely not. I saw a lot of black people. And like I said, I mean, you know, it's not pointed out or anything. I mean, I wasn't looking at that, but my buddy Tracestin was out there, and, you know, he's mixed. Javon was out there. He's came out. He's mixed. I know a bunch of my friends that are black that were out there that day that I haven't even mentioned. I mean,
I'm right here.
Nolan was not the only black
Appreciate
person
y'all.
out there, by no means. I mean, like, there was thousands of people out there, white, Mexican, black, everyone, you know.
And in the friend group, is Nolan the only black person in the friend group?
Absolutely not. My buddy Tracen's black. You know, I have other friends of color. I mean, our friend group's very tight, and, you know, we have a
Absolutely not.
not a small group of guys, but we have we have 10 to 12 guys in my friend group, and, you know, we're all from Ocean Springs, and, you know, we grew up together. But Nolan is not the only black guy in my friend group by any means, and everybody knows that.
There's controversy around the CETO, right? You guys called it in.
Right.
They have that record of you guys, you know, making that emergency call.
Right.
But then there's this, I guess, graphic of you guys traveling at a slow speed. Then all of a sudden you accelerate.
Right.
People are saying that that's an indication of something afoot or foul play going on in that timeline. What do you have to say to the naysayers who are mentioning that something must have happened, that you guys were going slow, then you accelerated all of a sudden?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely not. We got towed probably a quarter mile. Like I said, my buddy Bart drove his boat up next to ours after he pulled us out away from the island, and then he towed us a little more while we were trying to get the motor figured out. I mean, the motor would trim down. So then eventually, and the motor wouldn't trim down. And so eventually we figured out if you held the manual trim on the motor will stay in the water even when you start to accelerate. Because when my buddy would put the boat in gear and forward, the motor would come right back up. So it trimmed down, but then it'd come right back up when you went to go put it in forward and drive off. So yeah, we stopped at one point. My buddy pulled the plug out the boat, got back in the boat, the captain of the boat, got in the water, pulled the plug out the boat, got back in the boat, and hit it. And like I said earlier, we all transferred our weight to the front. So, because there was so much water in the back of the boat that when my buddy had it pinned out all the way, trying to go as fast as we can, and the boat was still sitting like this on the water. Wouldn't have been planed out. So we had to move all the way to the front of the boat. Everybody had to get on the bow, and eventually we planed. Everybody got sat back. And when you're on plane and you're going, water starts coming out the boat. Like, that's the whole reason he pulled the plug, because when you come out the water and you're on plane and the boat's level, water starts coming out the boat. So, I mean, that's why we came to a stop, so he could jump in the water, pull the plug, and then we hauled in. You know, there was no stopping, because if you do stop, the water starts coming back in the boat because the plug's out. So
there's nothing nefarious there. It's just a formality of trying to unplug the boat and
absolutely
get it docked properly.
Correct. I mean, we were just trying to, you know, solve the boat's issues, because we wouldn't have ever gone anywhere if the boat wasn't figured out. So
and Nolan being a really good friend of yours, really good friend of all of you guys, some of you guys have been accused of killing him. I mean, obviously he was somebody you knew, somebody you spent a lot of time with. With all that has gone on, if Nolan was here, what do you think he would say about all this?
I think Nolan has one of the most, I mean, Nolan's one of the best men I've ever met. I mean, he has an amazing heart. And like I said in the beginning, I mean, Nolan is one of the nicest and sweetest people I've ever met. I mean, seriously, he had no hate in his heart whatsoever. I think if Nolan knew this was going on, he'd be sick to his stomach. I mean, Nolan hated all hate and arguing and drama. He didn't like any of that. So, I mean, I think if Nolan knew this was going on, he'd be very, very upset. I mean, it's horrible. If he knew his friends were getting these threats and, you know, we were, you know, felt threatened for our lives, I mean, Nolan would be traumatized if he was here, like, and if he knew that. Like, I mean, he was a person of no violence, and, you know, he had a really good heart. He would hate it.
You think your friendship with Nolan inspired you to want to speak out?
Of course. I mean, I know Nolan, and like I said, I've been really tight with Nolan since 8th grade, and he's a best friend of mine. He's like a brother, and Nolan's the type of guy to fight back for what's right and fight for the truth. And I know Nolan would tell me if he was here to fight back and make sure the truth is out and make sure your word is out, because that's what matters most.
So after all that's been said in this interview, do you have any theories about what could have possibly happened to Nolan?
You know, my buddies and I have talked about it, and like I said, I mean, I've been on the water my entire life. My friends have. It's not like we're unexperienced in this, but Nolan was my best friend, and he was my friend's best friends, and well, he was like a brother to me. And more than anything, and the thing that's most important is what happened to him. And I mean, I want to know just as much as anybody else. I mean, that's all. Like, my friends haven't stopped talking about that. Like, what happened, and, you know, like, just trying to figure it out. But I would never want to put it on somebody else because of the hate that I've received for just being out there around them, and my name getting brought up because I called the Coast Guard. I was the first one to call the Coast Guard. I mean, I don't know, and I want to know more than anybody. I mean, my friends and I are have been wondering this for a while, and you know, we just want to know as much as anybody else what happened to him. But I would never want to sit here and blame anybody else and put this on anybody else because of the hate and death threats that my family and my friends have received. It's horrible, and I would never want someone else to experience that. You know?
Yeah, especially if
that's more
there's no
than
evidence to it.
Exactly.
So I got two more things I want to address directly.
Mm-hmm.
It's been said out there that you guys immediately delete your social media, lower it up, as if you were in some type of fear that you would be implicated in this. What do you say to that?
I mean, of course we lowered up, and of course, you know, I deleted my social media. I was getting death threats before anything ever came out because I was the one that called the Coast Guard. I mean, people put this all on me because I was the one that called. I was the one that was, you know, worried. My friends were just as well. I mean, of course I deleted all my social media. I was getting insane death threats, like stuff I couldn't even believe. 2 days after. And, you know, we went straight to the police. I wanted the police to come and ask questions. I wanted them to know and have all of my information. And, I mean, people were accusing me of murdering my best friend. It's sick. I mean, like, just because of race. I mean, it's disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach. I mean, I got off of social media because there were people saying insane things to me and my family, and I just couldn't sit there and look at it. I mean, that's it.
He seen that meme that I made making cuz a devil. I could understand that. I wouldn't want to be all in the internet and people got me out here looking all like a devil. And for those that don't know what I'm talking about and ask who he is, this is Warren.
My pets get
Little devil Warren Hudson. He don't want to see that. See people calling him a fake friend. That's what he don't want. That's what he don't want. He didn't see this. He didn't see this come too many times. He like, I got to get off of social media. But he lying. That ain't even that old. It don't even go back that far. I just made his ass a devil. So he lying.
I mean, I just wanted to get my story out there because I know that's what Nolan would want me to do. And I want the truth to come out. And I pray that the good Lord reveals the truth to everybody. So thank you.
He hopes the good Lord reveals the truth to everybody. And here we go. The one we all been waiting for, little Tristan or whatever his name is. I totally butchered his name too in the title. Thanks somebody for telling me that, but whatever his name is.
I want to be clear about.
Okay.
And the first one is the relationship that you had with Nolan. Can you explain your relationship with Nolan?
Yeah, I will. So his mom got on TV, as everybody has seen, and said that she didn't know me. And man, that can't be farthest from the truth. Me and Nolan, I met Nolan in 9th grade in our second block class. It was math. He was one of the first guys I made friends with. It was somebody I made a connection to, like off rip. He was an athlete. I could tell he was an athlete. When I walked into class, we sat really close to each other. And all he did, he turned around and asked me for a pencil when I first met him in 9th grade when I moved to Ocean Springs. Man, it was tough. And the relationship there has always been best friend in my eyes. I never wanted to take away how close somebody else was with Nolan, but Nolan was my best friend. That was a guy I knew I could call at any point in time. He called me at 11 o'clock on the 4th to see where I was parked at. Man, me and Nolan have countless nights of him giving me advice on my girlfriend, on my life in general. Nolan has been the only friend, and I love my friends and my best friends in this group of guys, but Nolan has been the only person that ever tell me like he's proud of what I've done. He's proud of how hard I worked. He's proud of me going overseas to go play ball. That was my guy. Like, that was my best friend.
Yeah, and so how does it make you feel when the media activists are coming out and alluding to the fact that you may have something to do with what happened to Nolan on that day?
Man, that hurts. It hurts is an understatement. I beat myself up every night I lay down. Beat myself up anytime it crosses my mind. Because in my head, if I wasn't drinking, if I didn't get into that altercation, maybe I would be able to do something. Maybe I would have saw something. Maybe I would have told Nolan, hey, man, you're not going with that girl. Just come back with us. We're going back a little bit later. We can go meet up with the guys later. Maybe it just plays out different. And then the fact that they're going to play that is I'm already trying to mourn my friend's death as is, and I'm blaming myself for it. To put that in my head is a next level of hurt that can't be truly explained. Because man, it's hard to put into words. Generally, it's backstabbing from sense of a community that I thought I had with my skin color, and they stay so strong together, and I'm supposed to be one of them, but I come up and I speak, and now I'm the person to blame. Now I'm not dark enough for them. I'm not black enough for them, and now I'm the issue. It doesn't make sense. In my head, it doesn't make sense.
Was Nolan? I mean, obviously you were in a friend group, but the way the media makes it seem is that almost as if Nolan was the only black person in this whole friend group. Now they don't even mention you. They don't bring you up in this whole thing when it comes to what happened on at Horn Island. So what's your take on Nolan being presented as like the only black kid in a group of all these white boys?
That's crazy, man. I know we've spoken a little bit, but that friend group that I'm a part of to this day was the first friend group I was in when I moved to Ocean Springs as a new kid coming in. I never knew any of them. I'd known one kind of, sort of, back from grade school because we went to the same private school together, but that was it. And him being the only black person, minority, any of that measure is insane. Our friend group is diverse from the max. Like, we have a mixed guy. I mean, we had Nolan in our friend group. There's an Asian a part of our friend group. There's a Latino that they're trying to perceive as white. He's truly authentic Mexican. His parents are from Mexico. They came over legally and they did everything right, and he's been here since. It blows my mind because our friend group is not a friend group that sees race. Our friend group sees what good you do for other people, what good you bring, and how the type of person you truly are and where your morals lie. That's one thing in common. Me and my friends might not agree on everything, but our morals align. Our morals know. So for them to even make that narrative up really shows you have no idea what it's like down here on the coast. You have no idea how tight-knit Ocean Springs as a community is. You don't understand it. You don't see the thousands of kids in the high school football stands cheering their team on. Nobody cares what color you are. We're there to have fun and to just live. And that's how Nolan lived. That's how I live now. I've grown up and I have more big boy stuff, but in high school, all I cared about was going to hang out with my guys. And I mean, on a personal level that leads off of it, is like, it got me in trouble with my girlfriend just because I wanted to be with the guys. I never once thought, man, they look at me different. Man, I'm kind of an outcast to them. No. All their moms have always welcomed me with open arms. Anytime I needed anything, I knew I could call them and their parents, and they would do anything in the world for me. So with Crump pushing this narrative, it's wrong.
Yeah,
it's completely wrong, especially about our friend group.
Yeah, I find it, especially after talking to you, meeting some of the guys, that it seems like there was an agenda. But can you walk us through just your perspective from that day? I don't know if did you go with them initially? Were you a part of the group that went to Horn Island?
So I wasn't, clear that up. No, I was not on the boat with them. Yes, I was a part of the group that was supposed to go out. So the only reason why I did not go on the boat is I was offered, I got begged to go, but my uncle, we also took 12 people out on our boat, not including us two, so 14. And my uncle knows the passengers wouldn't have helped. Generally wouldn't have helped with anything. With that many people on a boat, you need a little bit of help. So my uncle was like, hey, can you just ride out with me and you can go do your thing throughout the day on the island? I don't care. I don't need you. I just need help to get out there and then pick everything up. Because I know all these people are going to be drunk and they're not going to want to do the extras that nobody sees about going out on the boat, right? And so I told Wyatt that, and oops, my bad. But I told him, I told him that, And I told him everything, which was go to plan. We were leaving a little bit earlier than them. I was gonna try to have a spot saved out. And Nolan calls me at 11 o'clock. I missed his phone call. He called me twice. I missed both of them. I saw Wyatt and Nolan on the boat. They pulled right in front of our boat, and they were screaming. I turned my head and I was like, yo, there's a spot over there, where they end up anchoring out. I helped them set their stern anchor. From the time they showed up until now, going back to it, 20 minutes before they left, I was with them. That's who I was with. I spent all day with them, minus the morning time before they got out there. But from the time they got out there to the time they went back in, I was with them. Those are my friends, man. Those are my guys.
Yeah, I want to get a few more details.
I'm sorry about that.
I know that. Yeah, go ahead. I know that you were all over the news because there was a perceived fight. People, this is the thing that gets me, and I want to clarify this. When I saw the video that they put out on the internet claiming that Nolan was saying, "Give me my effing phone back," Nolan's coach came out and said immediately he knew it wasn't Nolan's voice. And obviously it wasn't Nolan's voice because you were the one that was
me yelling,
in there yelling. You got into an altercation with somebody. What happened after that? Like, put me in your place where the fight is over, whatever happened. Nolan is somewhere, you're somewhere, you're hanging out. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan before you left Horn Island?
So, after the fight, I didn't stay on Horn Island much longer. So I was really upset. So with you hearing me yelling, my uncle had told me to get on the boat and wouldn't let me back off the boat. Obviously, I was really mad and I wanted to fight, wanted to get up. What wasn't smart, man. Mm-hmm. And so I was on the boat, I'm yelling, and shortly after that, I left the island. I left probably 30 to 45 minutes after I got into a fight. We started to pack up and left because I was so upset. As Javon mentions, that they were ready to get me back to land because I was really mad. I was genuinely really mad. But the last time I saw Nolan, I was walking to the boat. This was before the fight. It's me and my old lady. We had just got out of a group of people. Nolan was walking towards Wyatt's boat. I was walking in the opposite direction towards my boat. And I dabbed Nolan up. I made a slick comment about something, actually about the girl that he was with. I made a slick comment to him, us joking around, and I kept going. And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight. Last thing I told Nolan was, all right, buddy, I love you, see you later. And I'm glad I said it. I had been under the influence a little bit, and that's probably why I did say it at the time, just, getting all lovey-dovey, but I'm at peace I said it. I'm glad I said it. That was my last encounter with Nolan. Just telling him I love him.
Did you have so you leave the island, did you have any encounters or association with these phones, with the keys? Did you have any connection to any of that?
I did not. So what I know, I got my first phone call from Warren at about 9:20. I didn't answer it. I was asleep. I'd been on the boat all day. I didn't feel like going to party anymore. I went to bed. So I got my first phone call about 9:20, and I didn't wake up again until a little after 11 o'clock. And that was to my brother coming in the room being like, hey, Warren's trying to get a hold of you. You need to answer the phone. They're looking for Nolan. And I'm half awake, and I pick up the phone. And by this time, nobody had came to the house to grab anything. And Warren gets on the phone, and he's just like, hey, man, he was like, hey, have you talked to Nolan? Anything else? I was like, no, I haven't talked to him, man. He was with that girl last time I knew. And he was like, okay. He was like, man, we can't get a hold of him. We don't know where he's at. And I was like, man, it's Nolan. He's probably just out somewhere with that girl. Like, get a hold of the girl, you'll probably find Nolan. It's no big deal. And he was like, all right. He was like, but we're starting to freak out. We're getting on the phone with Coast Guard. I was like, okay. And at that time, he had already talked to his mom, Nolan's mom. And he was getting on the phone with the Coast Guard. And I'd called, I need to be specific about this. I did not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone. They were all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, hey, this is them, bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided, well, when I woke up about 7 o'clock that morning, we had all decided that we were going to go out on the boat and go look for Nolan. Wyatt had already had his boat still in the water. We took that boat out. It was
what day are we talking?
That's Sunday morning.
Sunday morning on the 6th, the 5th?
So it was Saturday the 4th was the 4th of July.
Mm-hmm.
The 5th was Sunday. We were on the water from 9:45 to 11:50, 12 o'clock era, about lunchtime. Mm-hmm. While we were on the water, we talked to a rescue guy, and he told us to get off the water and said that they kind of had the island and the water under control. That's the professionals, man.
Yeah.
They told us to get on social media and find out any information we can. And by that time, we had already talked to a good amount of people out there. So it just made sense. So we went back in and we concluded our search and started the search off socials and started sharing everything we could and try to get a hold of anybody that could have talked to Nolan, that Nolan possibly would have reached out to. And that led into the night. It led all night long. I didn't sleep at all Sunday. Monday, I was up at 5 a.m. I was putting fuel in our boat at 6. I got told that we were taking out another boat to Chandelier at 7. So I put my boat back on the lift, and I went to McDonald's, and then I got the news after I left McDonald's that his body was found. So it was already a plan that we were going and searching and trying to do everything we possibly can. And that's all I wanted to do. Is I wasn't there to help him out in his last minutes, but now I feel like as a friend and as one of my guys, man, I do everything in my power to help now. And that's why I have reached out to the family. I have donated to the family, and I have giving them just your normal death gifts, I would say, as you pay your respects. And
do you think Benjamin Crump being involved in this case made it better or worse?
100,000 times % worse. Because why on the Tuesday after where has your civil rights been broken? Where has it been shown? You brought Benjamin Crump to stir up a community that's already tight-knit. Yeah, we might not be best friends with everybody, but I promise, if you're talking about Ocean Springs as a whole, Ocean Springs is going to have Ocean Springs back, 110%. We back each other. Everybody I've seen, we back each other. And for them to push this narrative and really push it, just shows me is like you have no idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with. And I think he's taking the grieving parents and manipulating and turning this and making it sound all bad, because nothing's like that at all. No.
Have you gotten death threats? Or, because I know that the other young men that I spoke to about this, especially the white young men, they're getting all kind of death threats. They're being accused of killing Nolan. Did you get the same backlash and threats that some of those guys have gotten?
Yes, I've gotten the death threats per se, but I've also gotten the threats along the lines of where it's like I've been cast out of the black community. I've been called white I've been called a wetback. All these things. I've been sent photos of me and my grandmother, and they've been told that she's the devil. She's just looking for the time to kill you. You need to be careful and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, man, if y'all want to know the story, the only people that showed up for me in my whole life has been my white side of my family. So for y'all to sit there and drag their name and to drag me down, and I'm supposed to be one of y'all, and you're supposed to have my back, and we're supposed to be in this together, and it's really eye-opening.
Did it shock you that it turned this way? Meaning that, you know, you see everything happen. Nolan was your friend. From all the young men I talked to, it seemed like Nolan was the life of the party. Everybody loved Nolan. He gets along with everybody. Everybody's cool. And everybody feels like Nolan made them feel like everybody's his best friend, right? I mean, everybody felt connected to Nolan. Were you shocked that it turned like this? I mean, where this community was tight-knit, Nolan's friend group was tight. He ends up losing his life in an unfortunate situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like, that's not a surprise because everybody did love Nolan. Especially around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that, though. You don't. So to turn it as like somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community. It's crazy that people are just running with a lie. And it's so easy for people to believe it from the outside, looking into Mississippi's history, per se. But it's like, you're looking at history. Let's go to each state's history. I bet they're not the best with black people. Like, people change. You learn history so you don't repeat it. Everybody knows that.
What's the craziest lie that you've seen floating around there about this situation? I know there's a lot of mysterious things, but like, what to you, what's the craziest thing that you've heard somebody say about this?
That my buddy in the photo was his lover. That was wild. That's been the utmost craziest because it's like, what? Like, where'd you get that from? I mean, also the lies of just how racist Mississippi is, or how racist the coast is, and Ocean Springs, and no, you don't know this, man. Like, you have no idea. And what I thought was crazy lie from the beginning was he's the only black person on the boat. He's the only black person on the island. No, not at all. Like, not once. Like, where'd you get this background information from?
How many people are on that island from your vantage point?
On the 4th of July?
Yeah.
Thousands? 13 miles? Like, I mean, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of boats that are carrying minimum 4 to 8, 9 people. Like, I'm talking like on the lower end, and we're talking about smaller vessels here. Man, if I had to take a rough estimate in my area of the island that I was in, 400, 500 people easy. If I'm taking an actual estimate, about 400 to 500 people easy. In our group, and the group of I would say young adults that were in the group with Nolan Wells, 100, 150, 200 people.
So the idea that Nolan went out with 4 white boys and they took him to a deserted island and he was allegedly last seen with a girl and they just abandoned him. What do you say to that?
No. From the time they left, including myself, and also when I left the island, I could have named 50 people I really trust behind the helm of a boat that Nolan knew, that he could go talk to. Even if he was left, there was tons and tons of people out there. There was 10 boats that camped out at Horn Island. I know a boat that didn't leave Horn Island until 8 o'clock that night. Nobody would have ever seen, nobody would have ever left somebody on Horn Island. That's a place of everybody loves to go and hang out. That's their peace. Nobody wants to see anybody out there, especially in the boating community. And I could speak on that, like, genuinely. I grew up in it. That's absurd. It's absurd.
So can you help me understand the fight a little better? Because I interviewed Warren, who's your friend, and he had made mention that his brother was involved in the fight. So can you explain who actually started fighting, and were you fighting his brother or were you fighting somebody else? Like, how did that happen?
Yeah, and I can see now, especially, it's all been blown out of proportion. But so originally, I'll go back a couple steps. Me and my girlfriend, I wouldn't even call it an argument. She was upset that I lost the lid to her koozie. I dropped it in the water. Generally speaking, that's how it started. And I dropped her new koozie in the water. And so she started to let me hear it and basically told me I was paying for it. And she was really upset with me and mad about it. And I needed to kind of sober up a little bit. And so we're walking back. And during that time, this guy that I'm not friends with, I know of him. I don't know him. I didn't even recognize him when I got in an original fight. He butted himself into my conversation and basically was telling me how I needed to handle or address the situation with my girlfriend. And man, we weren't even yelling at each other. We weren't arguing. It was more along the lines of, I literally told her, I was like, man, I just want a beer. And she was like, well, go get one, blah, blah, blah. Well, when I said that, she had ducked her head underwater and he had walked up and he told me that I needed to watch how I talked to my girlfriend. And I looked at him and I told him, I was like, this has nothing to do with you. We're good. This has nothing to do with you. And he sat there and he was like, well, I'm going to tell you, I better not hear it again. And I looked at him and I was like, you need to excuse yourself from the situation. And after I came out, he swung. He threw the first punch. And we went back and forth. I remember at one point in time, I look over and I see my uncle, and my uncle's yelling at me to get in the boat. I stopped fighting. As soon as me and him made eye contact, I got in the boat, I'm sorry. And I listened to my uncle.
And what was Warren's brother involvement in this?
And so I was getting there. So when I'm on the boat and they're trying to cool me down, I'm trying to get back off the boat. So I see the crowd forming up on the island. Well, my little brother and Carter are like really good friends, like best friends, I would say. He's over at our house all the time. Carter heard him still talking crap as he's getting out of the water and I'm on the boat and the situation is like done and over with, right? Well, he sees him talking crap, so Carter gets up and more along the lines of defending me. And for what? He was like, well, if you got a problem with Tracestin, we can handle it right here.
So what's the racial breakup of these people that are involved? So the guy that you fought was
white. I'm the only black guy involved in this whole entire thing.
Yeah.
And at all. Like, I mean, I don't know. Carter is white. The dude I got in a fight with is white. I was the only black guy involved with this. My girlfriend's white. My uncle's white. There was no other black guy involved. And I know Ben Crump tried to run with a story saying that was Nolan. Well, I was like, nice try, but there was another black guy on the island, so now your whole narrative needs to change again.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, but that was Carter's involvement, and that was kind of it. Like, after the fight, man, I remember getting off the boat. I got off the boat and I walked up to the island. I was telling people, I was like, hey, like, I just need to cool off. Like, let me be. This is after everything is dispersed. There was no crowd anymore when I walked off the boat. And I was like, let me be. Well, again, my uncle yelled at me and I was like, I don't care what you're doing. Get back on the boat. We're leaving. So I got back on the boat and we left shortly after that.
And well, at least I know you from the interviews that you've done. Some of the other boys haven't spoken out at all.
Yeah.
You've had a chance to use your voice to put the truth out there. You did an interview with, I think, ABC, and you also did an interview with the Rolling Stones.
That was my first interview, yeah, with Rolling Stones.
The first interview was Rolling Stones, then ABC?
And then ABC, yes.
Now, from what you told me before this interview is that the Rolling Stones gave you a very fair interview. It seemed like the young lady who interviewed you articulated very clearly what you told her with no fluff, no nothing added.
And she cared. She really did care. And she made sure that what she was telling was the complete truth behind everything with me, with my uncle, and then also fact checking on her side as being in media. And it all aligned, man. And when they came out with that, it was really genuine. When I felt that, it brought me to tears because it was like, that's the truth. That's exactly how it needed to be worded. And I appreciated her. I appreciated her a lot. And we took her out to Horn Island this morning to do another little bit. But she's done well, and that's the truth. Her story is nothing but the truth.
Now, ABC, on the other hand, did they treat you fairly, or how did that go?
So, I don't want to say they treated me unfairly. The quotes that he used in the article, he did ask me for my permission on it. And I gave it to him to an extent. I changed up some stuff and that he initially didn't change when he came out with it. And then the voice recording, that's really what gets me, because that's what the main people are listening to, right? They're not going in and reading in depth in the article and really seeing everything. They're just going off about what's on TV, because people don't like to read these days. But how they made that and cut a lot of my voice sounded horrible. Sounded bad. I didn't like it. I didn't like that side of it, but it already aired, so what was I going to do? Really?
And at one point, I could have sworn you said that you didn't feel comfortable doing the interview on camera.
Yes.
And did you do that because you didn't want to be visibly promoted on television, or what? How did that?
So the side of that, and I didn't want to be on camera for two main reasons. I never wanted to do an interview and get famous. I never wanted any attention, per se, famous attention. I don't care about the negative side of it. I'm doing what I think is right. I never wanted any positive attention, let's say. All I wanted to be is for my guys to know that I had their back and I got Nolan's back. And I didn't want the investigation especially on social media side, I guess, and with Ben Crump and their legal team, to go down the wrong path at all. That was my sole purpose, is to tell the truth and to clear up lies. When I talked to ABC, they wanted to do an in-person interview, and I told them no. I told them no because I'm getting death threats, and I don't like them. It is what it is. I'm not putting myself out there any more than I need to, and I'm not sitting behind a camera and so for somebody to watch me talk about my best friend. And I told him, I was like, if you want to do an article, it's okay. I'll talk and you can do the article on that side of it. I never originally wanted to go on TV, period. He convinced me into only using my voice, which now I regret, and I wish I would have just sat in front of a camera so you can visibly see the cuts. But they manipulated that interview pretty well. They made it sound a lot worse. And I know for a fact, most of that interview, you can't understand me because I was in tears the entire time talking about it. When he asked me about Nolan's death, and he put it at, if you listen to it carefully, he cuts it and I just say die. Nobody wants to see him die. I don't talk like that, man. That's not what I said. I did say died during at one point in our interview, but I said we didn't want to see his life being taken from us, period. They didn't put that. They twisted some things around and they almost made a different narrative to where it's like now people are coming out and lying. And it's like, man, no.
Yeah,
and
I was wondering if you were gonna, I remember I was like, I could have sworn he said he didn't want to be on camera, and they put your picture all over the news. I mean, how did you feel about that? Was that something that you were okay with them doing it, or?
I kind of accepted it. I accepted it because I gave Rolling Stone permission to do it. So I know that's where they probably got that original photo of me and him standing next to each other.
But still, that's kind of weird that you tell them, oh, I don't want to, even if you gave you the permission of Rolling Stones, you go, I don't want to be on camera. And they put your picture up there on camera anyway.
I agree. It is weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's odd, but generally speaking, man, like, I'm worried about my family's safety, but I have no regrets in what I've done and what I've said. Not one. I sleep better at night now that I've spoken up, and I felt like I've done my part of the good, and I'm willing to help any other time if anything else pops up that I can't help with. And I genuinely just want the truth to be heard about it all, and it kills me and it breaks my heart that my best friends are going through this. Like, this is at home. This isn't something I'm just watching through a screen, listening to you talk about it or listening to somebody else talk about it. I'm living this. I'm getting the calls from my buddies crying, asking me how I'm not scared out of my mind. How am I okay dealing with all this?
So one thing that kind of stood out to me, there was a big contradiction on television, was you said in your interview that you were really, really good friends with Nolan, his best friend. Nolan's mother said on television that as if she don't even know you and she don't know who you are, and you're definitely not, at least is what she alluded to, you're definitely not his best friend. So what's the truth in that, and how did that affect you? How did that make you feel?
So she originally touched and she said that we weren't childhood best friends, and she's not wrong. She's not wrong. I moved to Ocean Springs in 9th grade. I met Nolan in 9th grade, as I've stated in my Rolling Stone interview. Nolan was my best friend though. She can believe it or not, that was my best friend. No, me and her never had a sit down in-depth conversation like me and you're having now. It was always, hey, how are you doing? I've been to her house multiple times. I've taken Nolan to school multiple times. I've left my vehicle at her house multiple times, even including the new vehicle I just got. Has gotten left at her house for 2 days. And I just got it. I haven't even had it for 4 months. My vehicle before that stayed at her house for almost a week. Me and her son went on trips together. We went to Florida for spring break together. You don't know me? I'm in all these homecoming and prom photos as our whole friend group. Me and Nolan are standing next to each other. You don't know me. Nolan's last name is Wells. My last name at one point in time was Walker. We were by each other in the alphabet when we graduated. Man, that's mind-boggling. It's insane. Me and Nolan have multiple classes together. Me and Nolan has always stayed tight. Nolan has always known that he could call me whatever. And like I've mentioned, like I got a new phone number 2 months ago. Nolan was the only friend that had my phone number out of the friend group, and I still call them my best friends. But we communicate on other social medias. But it's like, Nolan called me on the day to meet up with me on the 4th out there. But we weren't good friends. We weren't close friends. And when I say best friend, man, I don't want to take away anybody how close they were to Nolan. But when I think of a best friend, I think of Nolan. Somebody I can call, somebody that I've stayed up and I've cried to. That was one of my best friends, generally speaking. She might not think it. That's okay. Me and Nolan knows where we stand with each other. And period. And Nolan knows that.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. You know, with interviewing with me, right? You know, we came out here to Mississippi. We just want to give the boys a voice, give you guys a voice. And out of, I'd say, all the other outlets that you could have spoken to, why do you feel that you wanted to talk to me tonight?
Honestly, I'm a big fan. I know when I look at news articles, big news articles, obviously, and then I know you talk on them, I make sure I watch the full thread of videos. I think our morals align alike. And when we spoke off camera, like, it didn't seem like you were out here like another news reporter that just wanted the next big story. Like you just said, it's like you genuinely wanted us to have a platform to be able to speak and to be able to tell the truth. And that's what I like. And I know, I don't know, talking to Warren and knowing Miss Katie and being close to them and them trusting you was like, okay, I can sit down, I can have this conversation, and we can go through it, and we can have the interview on camera, and people can see me, really, I guess you could say, and talk about it and whatnot.
I appreciate that. I really do. And my last question, you know, with all this stuff going on, and you knew Nolan very well, what do you think how Nolan would feel about how this all has transpired with Benjamin Crump, with, you know, the statements from his mom, with the accusations against you and his other friends? You know, how would you think he would address this or feel about this?
Well, I know people like these would turn over in his grave. If Nolan could dig himself out of his grave right now, he would. No doubt. Nolan would be livid is an understatement. Nolan would never want anything pursued this way at all. I think he would be really upset with his parents about how they went about the situation. I think he generally would. I don't think he wouldn't support it. I know that for 110%. I know he wouldn't support any of it. I think he would want the truth and he would search for answers, but he wouldn't go about it like this. He wouldn't let us get dogged out like this. If Nolan could have spoke up, he would have already said something about our friend group and saying, yo, y'all are on the wrong path. Generally speaking, he would be mad. Like, he would be mad. And I don't understand how people don't see that, and how people are just okay with even some of his, I guess you could say, other best friends, man, how they were coming out and how they're acting behind it. It's like, man, Nolan was never like that. Nolan was an aggressive, threatening person. Don't get me wrong, Nolan would defend himself if he needed to defend himself. Nolan was loving and kind. Nolan was the furthest thing from a fight. Like, furthest thing from a fight. And I remember personally, I was in a heated argument and Nolan comes up cracking a joke and I'm like, bro, it's not even worth it. Like, come on. And it's like, that just shows his character wouldn't be like this. I know he wouldn't want people chanting at his funeral. I know that for a fact. I know nobody would want me or the rest of our friends to get dragged through like this. I know he would want all of us to feel comfortable going to that funeral, and all of us didn't because we're scared. And that says a lot. That says a lot. We're scared to go in our own town to who we called our best friend. We're all over his socials, man. Like, I don't know how you're discrediting and thinking that we could have hurt him. We could have known somebody that hurt him. Because like I told everybody, I would put myself in whatever position he was in 100 times before I let him pass away. And I mean that. I genuinely mean that. That dude, he was so loving and so kind. It was just wild. It's crazy. It's wild and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you having the courage, man, to come down here and talk to us, give us, your point of view. And I say this, like I said to Warren, man, my whole objective is that, man, I was watching an injustice happen before my eyes. And an injustice meaning that the other side wasn't presented. And people that don't live here came into this town and shook it up, brought racism in it. And based on everybody's statement that I hear about Nolan, is that they didn't represent what he stood for.
No.
And they bastardized his character, in my opinion, this is my opinion, to make money and build a GoFundMe instead of trying to actually get to the bottom of what happened to him. And none of this have I seen any of the activists pursue what actually happened. Somebody could have seen something, and instead they're going after dead ends simply because of race, simply because of convenience, instead of pursuing any other lead or any other notion of somebody knowing what happened to Nolan. So I thank you for coming out here, man. It took a lot of courage, putting your face out there, putting your name out there, putting the statements out there. Some people are going to be mad at you, but I'll tell you, like I told Warren and all the other boys, is that I got your back, man. You tell them the truth. I appreciate that. You being a good man, doing what's right. I got your back, man. And I appreciate you, man.
I appreciate it, man.
Thank you.